मिठाई।
हमारे बंधन बैंक के 3 करोड़ कस्टमर्स होने की खुशी में।
सिर्फ 7.5 साल में।
ट्रस्ट से बंधन सिर्फ बनता नहीं, बढ़ता भी है। 3 करोड़ से ज्यादा कस्टमर्स के साथ हर दिन ग्रो कर रहा है हमारा बंधन बैंक।
मिठाई?
मिठाई तो बनती है। हमारे बंधन बैंक के 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए से भी ज्यादा डिपॉजिट्स हो गए हैं।
सिर्फ 7.5 साल में?
ट्रस्ट से बंधन सिर्फ बनता नहीं, बढ़ता भी है। इसी ट्रस्ट से 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए से भी ज्यादा डिपॉजिट्स हो गए हैं बंधन बैंक के।
यश, लेटेस्ट वाली देना। मिठाई?
6,000 से भी ज्यादा बैंकिंग आउटलेट्स हो गए हमारे बंधन बैंक के।
सिर्फ 7.5 साल में?
ट्रस्ट से बंधन सिर्फ बनता नहीं, बढ़ता भी है। 6,000 से भी ज्यादा बैंकिंग आउटलेट्स के साथ हर दिन ग्रो कर रहा है हमारा बंधन बैंक।
वो बचपन ही क्या जो दीवारों में बन जाए, वो बचपन ही क्या जो अपने निशान ना छोड़ जाए, जो मैला ना हो रंगों में, वो क्या बचपन है, जो झूमे ना उमंगों में, वो क्या बचपन है। बचपन जिंदगी में सिर्फ एक बार आता है, उसे खुल के जीने दो, दाग लगने दो। दीवारों पर लगा है ना बर्जर इजी क्लीन पेंट, इसके क्रॉस लिंकिंग पॉलीमर से नो दाग नो धब्बा, ओनली ब्यूटीफुल वॉल्स। बर्जर इजी क्लीन पेंट।
India's largest integrated energy company, NTPC, has optimized the space at its power plants for installation of floating solar modules. The company has planned 262 megawatt floating solar on 1350 acres of reservoir area by installing over 10 lakh PV modules at its various stations, out of which 222 megawatt has been commissioned. This includes largest floating solar of 100 megawatt at Ramagundam in Telangana, 92 megawatt at Kayamkulam in Kerala, 25 megawatt floating solar at Simhadri in Andhra Pradesh, 20 megawatt at Auraiya in Uttar Pradesh, and 25 megawatt at Kabas in Gujarat. These projects would light more than 73,000 households and would be instrumental in reducing over 5,17,000 tons of CO2 emission on an annual basis. Besides, these projects would entail a saving of 5,200 million litres of water per annum, sufficient to meet yearly water requirements of 25,000 households. NTPC is steadily lowering its carbon footprint by reducing greenhouse gas emissions through installation of floating solar across its existing stations.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome you all today for the day 2 of our Indo-Pacific Economic Conclave. After an engaging day yesterday, on the day 1 of the Indo-Pacific Economic Conclave, we are all set to start the proceedings of day 2. I would request Professor Ajitabor Raichaudhuri. He is the Professor Emeritus and Head of Department of Economics at Adamas University, and also our Chairperson of the Economic Affairs Committee. Sir, if you could kindly come up and take forward the day's proceedings.
Well, welcome all to this conclave. As you know, it's a bigger conclave this time. The only thing is that we always have transaction costs, delay in time, we have problems outside, jam, people haven't arrived yet, but I hope everybody will be able to come over time. Today we have this session is titled India Leads Towards Third Largest Economy. There's a galaxy of speakers. Unfortunately, some of them couldn't come because they are held up in meetings in Delhi and other places. So the keynote address will be given by Shri T. Ravisankar, who is Honorable Deputy Governor, Reserve Bank of India, and he will speak virtually. And we all expect a very stimulating speech from him, especially given some news which has come out that households' financial savings in India has gone down and the debt level is going up. That's the Reserve Bank's finding. So let's hear more about India's economic health from Mr. T. Ravisankar. Virtually, so please connect. Ravisankar, please. Yeah.
Good morning. I hope you can hear me. Shri Sanjeev Sanyal, Member of Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister. Shri Rajiv Kumar, Principal Secretary, DIT and Electronics, West Bengal Government. Shri Chandrasekhar Ghosh, MD and CEO, Bandhan Bank. President of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce. Shri Subir Chakravarti, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm in Bengal Chamber for inviting me to this Indo-Pacific Economic Conclave. Frankly, the timing of this event couldn't have been more prescient, coming as it does just after the successful G20 Leaders Summit held early this month in New Delhi. The various themes highlighted in the G20 declaration, in effect, also provide guidance to move India forward on the path of higher economic growth, a theme that this conclave proposes to explore. Within this theme, I propose to share my thoughts on three drivers that are changing India's financial system today: the role of the RBI as a change agent, and flag certain concomitant risks. I'm in a sense, I regret that I will not be able to live up to the expectation that was there in the introduction, that I would cover the economy. What I would try and do is cover largely digitization and its aspects, which have a huge bearing not just on growth but on inclusion. So my focus would be a little different. The first driver that I would try and focus on is digital public infrastructure, or DPI. One of the key elements of the New Delhi G20 Leaders Declaration refers to building a digital public infrastructure, which, among other things, is safe, secure, trusted, accountable, and inclusive, and which can foster resilience and enable service delivery and innovation. The defining feature of India's digitization is her DPI. This infrastructure is not only in terms of IT assets, but includes supporting institutional framework. Neither the IT platforms nor the institutional base has come into existence overnight. It was appreciated quite early on within the Reserve Bank of India as well as within the government that digitization needed focused attention. Accordingly, RBI took the lead in setting up institutions such as the IDRBT, the Clearing Corporation of India Limited, the NPCI, and the IFTAs to provide critical guidance and support not just to the Reserve Bank, but for digitization in the finance space. It is from these institutions that most of the critical IT infrastructure, Infinite, SFMS, ATM switch, UPI, etc., have evolved. The role played by these institutions and the platforms they created for digitization needs to be appropriately recognized. I can see Secretary of Economic Affairs, Mr. Seth. Good morning, Mr. Seth. So to continue, at the same time, government has been quietly and actively creating other critical digital public infrastructure, but for which the current levels of digitization could not have been possible. The presence of Aadhaar, a digital population scale identity with biometric features, was and is indispensable to most digital products. The government-led Jan Dhan scheme that universalized bank accounts was a necessary condition for digitization to take off. Other infrastructure like DigiLocker at the initiative of MEA or account aggregator at the initiative of RBI promise to play an important role in future digitization. All of it was by the public sector. The unleashing of the innovative dynamism of India's fintech or startup sector was undoubtedly as pivotal to digital evolution. But that would have been difficult to imagine without open access to the key DPIs. What is important to understand is the symbiotic role of the DPI and the fintech sector. It is possible that DPI can be created in the private sector. However, it is conceivable, and indeed it has been observed in the advanced economies, that network dynamics of modern information technologies can work against the core objectives served by a public infrastructure. The first mover advantages of such technologies allow monopolistic gains or benefits through economies of scale, and from the fact that customers using the network get locked in, finding it too cumbersome or disadvantageous to switch service. This could act as a barrier to innovation, and in the long run, by hurting competition, lead to monopolistic and exploitative pricing. In other words, introducing a profit motive into DPIs has the potential to undermine the innovation economy and customer interest. The second driver I'll focus on is the role of digital payments as a tool of financial inclusion. The second driver shaping up our financial system today is digital payments that drives financial inclusion. By some estimates, India's GDP stood at about 3.4 trillion last year. As is well known, in PPP terms, India is already the world's third largest economy. The Indian economy was set upon a higher growth trajectory with the advent of the 1991 economic reforms. Referring to these reforms, former RBI Governor Dr. Rangarajan had written that the common thread running through the various measures introduced since July 1991 is to improve the efficiency of the system. The theme of efficiency is at the heart of the paradigmatic change that has taken place in India's payment system in the last decade or so. Today, we can immediately spot this efficiency in how funds move around in India, and which in turn has had the greatest impact on enhancing financial inclusion. Essentially, a key objective of all our efforts in boosting the payment system today is ensuring rapid financial inclusion. Let's look at some examples. Let me start off with UPI. Launched in 2016, UPI has emerged as the most popular and payment mode, not just in India, but globally, pioneering person-to-person as well as person-to-merchant transactions in India. More than 78% of the total retail payment transactions in the country is processed on UPI rails. UPI powers linking of multiple bank accounts into a single mobile application of any participating bank or third-party application provider. Its volume has increased from 45 lakh transactions in January 2017 to 1,059 crore transactions in August 2023. The value of UPI transactions has increased from 1,700 crore in January 2017 to 15.76 lakh crore in August 2023. During the same period, the number of merchants onboarded has increased from 5,100 to over 6 crores. Over 35 crore unique users have been onboarded to UPI since inception. While UPI by itself is a powerful tool for financial inclusion, its phenomenal spread has in fact spurred us on to do more. Just like someone once said about data, the more you have, the more you have. Our cumulative learning over the years has provided us with greater insight into UPI's potential and abilities, and various features have been added to UPI from time to time to facilitate financial inclusion. These include UPI 123 Pay, which brings users with feature phones within the fold of digital payments, linking of credit lines to UPI, which has the potential to transform access to credit, particularly for the underserved, and that enables users, even those not tech savvy, to initiate and complete transactions through natural conversation. A special word about Aadhaar-enabled payment systems and its role as a financial inclusion tool. AEPS is a bank-led model allowing online interoperable financial transactions at points of sale through business correspondents of any banks using Aadhaar authentication. It is unique. AEPS is unique since it's a payment system that can be availed only through the assistance of BCs, so banking correspondents. Currently, over 39 lakh customer service points, or BCs and their sub-agents, cater to nearly 15 crore monthly unique users, performing 500 crore transactions annually, valued at about 3 lakh crores. The average transaction size is quite small at 2,500 rupees. AEPS thus enables rural and the underbanked population to be brought into the mainstream of digital payments. While the above-mentioned efforts are mostly geared towards bringing end users or retail banking customers within the ambit of digital payments, it is equally critical to address the challenges faced by the farm sector and its related activities. This is crucial for financial inclusion on a national scale. The RBI Innovation Hub, another institution that RBI has created recently, has developed a public tech platform for frictionless credit, which could significantly speed up the delivery of credit by facilitating seamless flow of required digital information to lenders. The end-to-end digital platform will have an open architecture, open APIs and standards to which all financial sector players can connect seamlessly in a plug-and-play model. The platform is being rolled out as a pilot project in a calibrated fashion, both in terms of access to information providers and use cases. Using the pilot, the platform shall focus on products such as Kisan credit card loans, dairy loans, MSME loans, personal loans, and home loans through participating banks. This platform shall enable linkage with services such as Aadhaar KYC, eKYC, land records from participating state governments, satellite data, PAN validation, Aadhaar e-signing, account aggregators, milk pouring data, house property search data, etc. A few days ago, the Reserve Bank released the annual Financial Inclusion Index for the year ending March 2023. The value of this index for March 2023 stands at 60.1 vis-a-vis 56.4 in March 2022, with growth witnessed across all sub-indices. While there is a lot still left to be done, improvement in this index reflects gradually deepening financial inclusion. The third and final driver, and perhaps whose impact will be felt in the years to come, is the impact of digital payment systems on cross-border payments. As per the World Bank research, global cross-border remittance in 2022 was estimated to be $830 billion. India was the top recipient with $111 billion. According to the World Bank's remittance prices worldwide database, the global average cost of a retail size of global remittance, it takes retail size at $200, was 6.2% in quarter 4 2022. For some countries, this cost can be as high as 8%. Such a high cost in today's context, when data connectivity is so cheap, is simply unconscionable. I believe that given the available technology, the present situation is not sustainable. In February this year, India and Singapore enabled UPI Pay Now linkage that will enable users of the two fast payment systems in either country to make convenient, safe, instant, and cost-effective cross-border transfers using their respective mobile apps. Funds held in bank accounts or e-wallets can be transferred to and from India using just the UPI ID, mobile number, or virtual payment address. This interlinkage also aligns with the G20's financial inclusion priorities of driving faster, cheaper, and more transparent cross-border payments, and will be a significant milestone in the development of infrastructure for cross-border payments between India and Singapore. We have followed up on this in July by signing an MOU with the Central Bank of the UAE, among other things, cooperation regarding interlinking on mutual payments and messaging systems. We are in talks with some other jurisdiction too to make a material impact on the high cost of remittances. To address the challenge of high cost of remittances, CBDC, the central bank digital currency profile, potentially offers a very efficient solution. If we come up with a technologically viable solution to link the CBDC systems across countries, it can dramatically bring down cost of cross-border payments by completely bypassing the legacy correspondent banking system. It will require international cooperation and agreement on multiple legal and technological protocols, something which should be quite doable in today's hyperconnected global economy, especially when the welfare gains are substantial. Roy Charles Amara, an American scientist, is reported to have said, we tend to overestimate the impact of technology in the near term and underestimate it over the longer term. Our own experience in the digital payment space bears this out. In 2016, when UPI was launched, no one, certainly not us, had imagined that 7 years down the line, it would be clocking more than 340 million transactions daily. By one estimate, in India today, the number of digital payment accounts the number of digital payments accounts for almost 1/3 of global retail transactions, with a huge untapped potential. And given the rapid absorption of technology by both providers of financial services and users alike, this growth of digital payments is going to continue. Before wrapping up, let me highlight some concerns and the need for all stakeholders to be vigilant against threats, both known and unknown, as technology-based financial services become ubiquitous in our financial system and the wider economy. Broadly speaking, there are three sources of risk that immediately come to mind: digital frauds and cyber attacks, risks of private digital currencies to countries like India and other emerging economies, and thirdly, the reliance on specified or single technologies that, by entities. As a user of digital payments, it is incumbent on each one of us to exercise necessary care, like protecting our credentials and data. Financial service providers need to guard themselves against cyber attacks by treating them as an existential threat, no less. Regarding private virtual currencies and stable coins, I have elaborated elsewhere. These pose risks of dominance of a few currencies, which will impede the ability of emerging market countries like India to manage their external sector or maintain policy independence. Within the set of private virtual currency, the inherent flaws, vulnerabilities, and risks posed by stable coins outweigh their purported benefits. In fact, all the perceived benefits of stable coins can perhaps be more easily achieved and more responsibly achieved by linking CBDCs or fast payment systems of different jurisdictions. Regarding the third source of risk, which is the reliance on single technologies, financial institutions need to carry out an in-depth analysis of their technology systems and implement effective strategies that protect interest of their customers and shareholders. To sum up, India's experience with digital payment systems has led to desirable outcomes on multiple parameters. An IMF study demonstrates that digital financial payment services have led to an increase in India's financial inclusion. Evidence also suggests that digital financial service can help close gender gaps faster in India. That study also states that greater financial inclusion boosts growth and reduces poverty and inequality. As we aspire to higher economic growth and better living standards for our people, digital payments have emerged as a powerful tool for achieving our goals. Thank you very much.
We have with us our former president, Mr. C.S. Ghosh, who is also the MD and CEO of Bandhan Bank. I would request her to kindly thank the Honorable Deputy Governor on our behalf.
Our deepest thanks to Honorable Deputy Governor Sri T. Ravishankar for sharing with us is a very in-depth observation of the financial sector of India and how in the time of pandemic, the Reserve Bank of India guided us and recovered very quick in the Indian economy compared to any country of the world. Sir, your speech has given the focus on that, the digitization. Of course, you also couple of times mentioned about the financial inclusion, which is the backbone of the future of Indian economic growth. So thank you, sir, for your time. On behalf of Bengal Chamber of Commerce, I give it my best thanks to you. Thank you to all of you.
Well, after a very inspiring speech from Sri T. Ravishankar, Honorable Deputy Governor, we are now in for another very important and interesting speech. This will be on India leads towards third largest economy. And that is something which we all aspire that we will be the third largest economy soon. We have Sri Ajay Shet, Secretary, Department of Economic Affairs, Ministry of Finance, Government of India, and he will speak to us virtually, and we all are eager to hear you, sir. Sri Ajay Shet.
A very good morning, and thanks to the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry. I begin with apology for not being with all of you in person. That's my loss. I also begin with a huge compliments to Deputy Governor Mr. Ravi Shankar for a very comprehensive keynote address on today's theme. Friends, the topic on which I've been asked to speak, India leads towards third largest economy. To me, that is a journey, not a goal. That is a means to an end. An end is well-being of our people and a well-developed India. However, we reaching this milestone of being the third largest economy in the world in few years, maybe in 3 to 4 years' time, is certainly a huge achievement in the journey of economic development of our country. Let me share some data about this journey, that how and where we have reached. Just about 10 years back, in 2013, we were at number 10, and the size of our economy was about 1.4 trillion. In these 9 to 10 years, we have moved from 10th largest to 5th largest, and size of our economy is about 2.7, or rather 3.7 trillion now, 3.6 to 3.7 trillion. So about 2.5 times. But if we go back even further, even beyond, even earlier, say 1991, we were at 16th position, the size of the economy being just about 300 billion. It took us more than 20 years to move from 16th to 10th, but thereafter 10 years to move from 10th to 5th. But as I mentioned, is that an end in itself? Certainly not. So let's first look at it, what it means for our people, for us, for the common man in India. The implications are huge. What those implications are, and if we can share some numbers with you. The country today has a lot more wealth, has a lot more resources to basic amenities, to infrastructure, and to facilitate business activities, including industries. To share some numbers, in the last 7 to 8 years, we have added 4 crore houses, affordable housing, for people who had not a pakka house to live in. Just about 4 years back, there were only 6 crore connections, water connections to households. Today, there are more than 19 crore. So meaning that where we were in 2019, 20% of that is being added every year. That's a scale of investment today is possible for basic amenities. Today, the country can aspire and deliver on a saturation approach to basic amenities. Moving further on a similar lines, there are almost 12 crore households under Swachh Bharat mission where the individual toilets are there in each house. I recall that about 2 decades back, the attempt and the used to be safe and adequate drinking water in each habitation. From there, being the 5th largest economy, moving towards the 3rd, it means that we have the ability to deliver water connections, safe drinking water to each household. This also means that people, not just the basic amenities, but beyond that, the definition of the basic amenities itself, we can have more aspirational. Today, 50 crore accounts, Jan Dhan accounts are there. That means we are moving from basic amenities, from life to livelihood. Not just the livelihood, but in terms of insurance cover, today 50 crore people under various schemes such as PM Suraksha Bima and PM Jeevan Jyoti Yojana have insurance cover of the one form or the other. So as I mentioned, that this journey means a lot for our people. It is for their development, for their well-being. Let's move on. It means for the economy at the macro level. Today we are about 3 to 4% of the global economy. Global economy being about $100 trillion plus, and we are about $3.5 trillion. So our weight in the global economy is 3 to 4%. But if you look at that, given the growth rate, very strong growth rate, where India has been able to achieve of 6.5%, and with potential to grow even faster in the coming years, it means that India contributes almost 15% of the global growth every year. That means that it creates so many opportunities for global investors, not just the financial market investors, but investors who come in and the global companies to come and produce in India, produce for India, produce for. So India's attractiveness as a large market for foreign investment, direct or indirect. It also generates a huge positive cycle, a virtuous cycle of higher growth, leading to higher savings, higher investments, more employment, and again, coming back to more growth. So that virtuous cycle is now at play at present. What it means for the business, and where I am very conscious that I am in the midst of, or I am addressing trade and industry, it opens up huge opportunities for growth and innovation, both for big industries as well as for MSMEs. It also means that we have reached here with a very strong set of reforms which have also led to an ease of doing business as well as ease of investing. Let me mention just few of them, those reforms in the last, I'll put it in 8 to 9 years. First, starting with the most striking feature, that Indian economy today is much more formal and very, very significantly visible aspect, which was hitherto was not there. And I'll talk about smaller industries today. The Udyam portal of Government of India has registered 8 crore units. And with services which are in the nature of government to business to business, or business to consumers being facilitated on that portal, or being in the process of being provided on that portal. On the e-Shram portal, almost 30 crore people have registered, and then that is called for the formalization of the economy, and then linking them with the skilling portal and so on. Second area, I'll put it, taxation reforms, the indirect taxation on GST, wherein India as one market, where the decisions to invest and produce is taken based on the comparative advantage of a state rather than on any other consideration. And that GST system has also led to huge productivity gains, and I'll come to that aspect a little later, when the goods can move with much better efficiency with all checkposts gone. And e-bills to invoices, now moving on to invoice-based credit for MSMEs being done. Similarly, the capital gains taxation being simplified. Further, a robust financial system. We had to use fair amount of our efforts and energy to bring back the financial system to a robust health in the past decade. Not just the financial system, but even the corporate sector, which was over-leveraged, now is in a much better, stronger position to invest again into the economy. And the last aspect I would like to mention, or are the two other aspects, one which Mr. Ravi Shankar explained or rather talked about very extensively, so I'll skip that, which is the use of the technology, especially digital public infrastructure. The one aspect which I'd like to highlight is our bringing the infrastructure development in the country again into the focus. Government of India is now spending almost 3%, more than 3% of our GDP. Of course, we'll have to attract much more private capital. That is another journey to be done. So these reforms have given us the strength to move in a very assured manner from the 5th largest to 3rd largest economy. But are we looking for a journey where we will reach on our own, or we are looking for a very conscious set of efforts? The challenge before us is that once we reach there, how do we then bridge the gap between the 2nd largest and we as a 3rd largest economy? And for that, we have to provide efforts, or rather double up our efforts for giving an even more stronger momentum for our economy. Moving forward, it will not be just a play of more investment. It will equally be a play of how do we get productivity gains for our economy. Both these factors will play a very dominant role. So I'll list 4 areas which requires a particular attention. Number 1, the energy sector, which at the moment is not exactly open for the market forces. The way we have organized the sector, the cost recoveries in the sector are not optimum for economic forces to have a sound play. At the same time, as we move towards 3rd largest economy and grow faster, would also be the energy transition. How do we deal with that challenge moving forward? Second area, I'll put it, where we require a very strong focus is on reskilling. First, the skilling as well as the reskilling, so that it throws up adequate opportunities for all. And if you look at just last 1 year data, as per the EPFO numbers, we are adding more than 1.5 million net additions to the workforce. But that also requires, to sustain that momentum, also require a focus on skilling and reskilling of our people. Third area is on doubling up our focus on, and especially on urban infrastructure. That is a sector in particular which is attracting very little private capital. At the moment, just about 5% of the investment in infrastructure sector is coming from private capital. And that is not sustainable in the sense that the capacities of the governments are limited, and thereby we have to create opportunities for private sector to come in. And therein, we have to rediscover the role of the users and in urban infrastructure and urban services. At the same time, a creative redevelopment of our cities. Our journey in future will depend on and the success or the quantum of our success in the Amrit Kal, the role of our cities and an orderly transition to urbanization is going to play a major part. The fourth one is the financial sector efficiencies. We have a role, but at the same time, there's a lot of scope to improve the financial sector efficiencies in terms of cost and ease of intermediation. Now let me turn a bit inward. What is the role for the governments? Moving forward, I see a very strong role for the state governments in terms of reforms, because several services which are, whether it is in health, education, or urban services, where the states have the dominant part. So states playing that role. At the same time, focusing on fiscal consolidation, both in terms of the expenditure orientation, as well as stepping up the tax efforts. And of course, at the macroeconomic level, the policies at the country level, remaining complementary to the path which we have envisaged for ourselves. I'll conclude here with an observation from the current year's budget, which had 7 priorities that are 7 focus areas as we travel on the Amrit Kal, leading to creating opportunities for all. Then the role of chambers and commerce, I look forward to remaining engaged with all of you, because your feedback, your areas of opportunities, as well as your areas of saying that what needs to be improved upon, what new initiatives, what kind of a policies government have to adopt, you are a very important stakeholder. So I look forward to remaining engaged, or rather stepping up engagement with all of you. I'll close it here. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sheth. And you outlined some of the action points, how to go for the journey towards the third largest economy. Quite rightly said, maybe a goal, but it's actually a journey. And you talked the most important thing I feel, that it's not only in terms of growth, it's the common man who should be in focus in terms of inclusivity, in terms of participation in the economy. The other important thing is the reform, which something is done, and as you mentioned, GST, capital gains taxes, but as in the previous Deputy Governor's speech, digital public infrastructure, key point that if the digital public infrastructure is strengthened, that's one of the key things for accelerating the economy. Talked about the productivity gains, outlined these 4 different things, reskilling, very important for us, because a jobless growth doesn't help. So reskilling is absolutely necessary, and the focus of the government on that is very welcome. Then you mentioned another important point, role of state governments, reforms and fiscal consolidation. I'm quite sure that nobody is going to contest that we do need this consolidation and reform. And the last thing, thank you very much for your hope and faith in the role of chambers of commerce. In fact, we do hope that after these deliberations, we'll send you the feedback and some valuable suggestions on our part. Thank you again, Mr. Sheth, for your very valuable speech. Thank you. Well, next we move on to another special address, and I'm quite sure we'll learn again quite a bit from what's going on from the government side. Dr. V. Anantha Nageswaran, the Chief Economic Advisor, Government of India. And as you know, India is not the only country who is facing a lot of challenge. As you know, there are various things, various dynamic changes which are happening in the world, facing challenges, inflation, creation of jobs, maintaining growth, fiscal balance, so many things. And I'm quite sure we'll learn quite a bit from Dr. Nageshwaran's speech. Welcome, Dr. V. Ananta Nageshwaran, and we all wait for your speech. Thank you.
Good afternoon, or good morning rather. It is a pleasure to be able to share my thoughts with you. I commend the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and the creation of the Indo-Pacific Chamber Network as a very timely intervention to have happened, given the increasing importance of both India and the Pacific to global affairs. I would have ideally loved to be there in person talking to you. However, due to circumstances, I am forced to deliver this lecture virtually. Please accept my sincere apologies, but I thank the Bengal Chamber of Commerce for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts. And with your permission, I will quickly share the screen here. Okay, so I hope you're all able to share the screen, navigating the present for a sustainable future. In general, India's growth story after the pandemic years of 2021 and 2022 has now shifted towards sustaining the growth in the medium term. The recovery, response and recovery phase is over. Now it's all about consolidation. And mainly speaking, our banking and non-banking and corporate sectors went through a period of balance sheet adjustment. You have done well. You have adjusted, you have repaired your balance sheets, and you are now ready to put it to use. And that augurs very well for the economy. That's the bottom line. Just to quickly walk you through some last 2 decades of history, between 2005 and 12, India had a credit boom. I don't have the time to wade into statistics, but it's all there in the Economic Survey Chapter 2 as to what kind of credit boom we experienced in that era, which turned out to be unsustainable. And then between 2015 onwards, we recognized those loans and started repairing them gradually, steadily, and slowly. Then before we could put the banks and corporates in good shape, the IL&FS non-banking financial company collapsed, further compounding the troubles the economy was facing from the financial sector stress. That is why economic growth in 1819 and 1920 decelerated even before the pandemic happened. And then in 2022, and then in 2019 to 20 or even 21, the pandemic came into our lives, disrupting individual lives and economic growth prospects, not only in India, but around the world in general. Advanced countries were not spared. And by the time we could put that behind us by the end of the calendar year 2021, then in February the war in Ukraine led to oil price shock, food price shock, global supply chain disruptions, etc. So we have been facing a systemic financial system stress, which was compounded by many one-off issues, the pandemic, the supply shock, oil price shock, etc. But now we hope that the economy has weathered all of them very well and managed to post very good growth rates in the last 2 years and is poised to do so in the coming year as well. And not only in the coming year, FY24 and FY25, but also down the road. Why are we poised for good and steady growth in the rest of the decade? And the reason is this. If you compare what happened to India between 1998 and 2002, a lot of important reforms were happening in the first NDA government. But at the same time, there were one-off shocks. The nuclear device testing happened, sanctions followed. As it was the case in the last 7 to 8 years, between 2012 and 2020, the banking and the corporate sector balance sheets had to be repaired even then as well. 2 successive droughts, technology sector bust happened. US entered into a recession, 9/11 happened, so many one-off shocks like now. But alongside these one-off shocks, good and important reforms were happening, but they all began to play out in the economy once the one-off shocks faded away. And between 2003 and 2008, India experienced 5 years of very good growth thanks to benign global conditions. We grew at more than 8 and even closer to 9% for 5 years. Fast forward 20 years later, similarly, we have faced many one-off shocks. Same banking, non-banking, corporate sector crisis. Unprecedented shocks, I just listed them to you. But simultaneously, many path-breaking structural reforms have been pursued by the government, starting with financial inclusion, Jan Dhan Yojana, Aadhaar, banking system cleanup, single indirect tax, insolvency and bankruptcy code, Real Estate Regulation Act, continuous efforts at ease of doing business, decriminalizing and removing outdated laws from the legal books, and more importantly, government's continued emphasis or expanded emphasis in a very big way on physical and digital infrastructure. As a result, today we have had 9.1% growth in FY22, 7.2% in FY23, and we are poised to grow at 6.5% per annum on average for this year and the remainder of the decade. Why am I talking about 6.5% and not 7.5, 8? It is because we are not experiencing the kind of global growth that we experienced between 2003 and 2008. Global economy is going to go through a period of uncertainty, geopolitical fragmentation, geo-economic inefficiencies, reversal of globalization. All these factors are currently underway. Whereas between 2003 and 2008, globalization was in its heydays and interest rates were low or were being lowered globally. Now interest rates are either still rising or going to remain at a very high level. That is why we are realistic about our growth prospects, which is still going to be one of the world's most highest growth rates at 6.5% per annum in real terms and 11% in nominal terms. Indian economy has made so much of progress in the last 8 years. You can see that in this table here. 2014, the economy was 10th ranked. Now it is 5th ranked. And within the end of this decade, it may become the 3rd largest economy in the world. Our share of global GDP has increased. Our share in global trade and services has increased. Our share in global foreign direct investment flows has increased. India's weight in the BRICS countries, in the stock indices, it has gone up. In emerging markets, it has gone up from 7 to 16%. We are now part of the JP Morgan Global Bond Index. And in climate change performance, even though India has not been a contributor to global emissions in the last 200 years, we still are doing better than many other countries, and in innovation and ease of doing business. So we have put in the hard work. Some rewards are already visible despite a very difficult decade, which was culminating in COVID and then the war in Ukraine. But now we are going to reap the dividends of steady growth. But what else can we do to become not only the 3rd largest economy in aggregate size, but also in per capita terms, becoming a middle income or upper middle income country? For that, we need to make sure that the aspiring middle class is not only able to get the kind of goods and services that they need, but they're also in a position to contribute. India is going to have 55% of the population in the middle class very soon, and they will be demanding quality goods and services, and that only you can provide. More importantly, we also, and this is not just the task of the public sector, but also the private sector, to prepare the Indian demographic dividend, the Indian youth bulge, to prepare them well, to be able to participate in the growing economy and reap the personal rewards for themselves and their families. That means right skilling, right education, right attitudes. Multiple intelligences are the key words. Today, information is ubiquitous. And how do we process the information and put it together is the key for our youth to be employable. So the kind of skills that new education policy envisages are the right ones for our youth going into the 21st century. So it is not about completing schooling or college, but about the right kind of skills, attitudes, and knowledge and literacy levels. That will in turn raise the productivity of labor force and make corporates pause and think about deploying technology reflexively. The corporates also have a social responsibility to think about the trade-offs between short-term profitability, which will come from deploying technology, but which has very adverse social consequences. They may, like artificial intelligence, etc. Our businesses need to be mindful that corporate social responsibility is not a favor that they are doing, but actually a favor that they are doing to themselves by thinking medium term and long term. Without social stability, there is no economic stability and there is no corporate profitability. Second, we need to empower women for inclusive growth. Of course, women need to exercise their own choice. Whether staying at home and taking care of the family and the elders and the children is not a mean activity. In fact, if anything, it is a most difficult activity than going to an office. But the choice should be exercised by women. And for that, governments and the private sector must do whatever they can to make the workplace safer, conducive, friendly, harmonious, and our streets safer, and their education levels to be improved. In fact, women always perform better in academic institutions and in career than men. And even financial institutions have discovered in the Western countries that frequent bubbles and busts will not happen if more women were in charge, because they don't get driven by testosterone in making decisions on when to invest, where to invest, or in chasing bubbles and fads. So in many ways, women's participation in the economy is a good thing, and the state and the private sector have to facilitate it. But the choice has to be exercised by the women. Third important contributor to improving India's 6.5% to a higher level is our willingness and the ability to take care of micro, small, and medium enterprises. We need to make sure that they are able to get access to finance, access to talent, and we don't bog them down in rules, licensing, inspection, and compliance. And private sector businesses must find ways to pay their MSME suppliers on time. The budget FY24 came up with a very important innovation, a nudge. Businesses cannot set off their expenditure on payments due to MSMEs unless they have actually paid. But businesses on their own volition should use the receivables exchanges in the country. Accept the invoices they accept for GST purposes and discount them in receivables exchanges so that the MSMEs get paid on time. If MSMEs get paid on time, India will have a vibrant middle economy, middle set of factories, and that is eventually a win-win even for large corporations. Then there are three other important global value chains that India has to continue to develop. We have to plug ourselves into the global value chain. You saw in the earlier slide that our share of global manufacturing is still relatively small and global trade in goods is relatively small. That is why the government has introduced the PLI scheme, Gati Shakti, logistics plan, etc. But once again, I think the private sector must also think in terms of long run, large scale, and invest in research and development. Otherwise, the manufacturing share of GDP will not rise, and manufacturing provides employment to low and semi-skilled workers. Our farms, like factories, are very small. We need to consolidate land. And that is where the state governments have a role to play in easing land use conversion laws and also facilitating land acquisition. Economic size of a farm is apparently 4 hectares to be profitable for a farmer. So we need to allow land consolidation. And farming is going to be still an important activity for a large country with a large population. And agtech and agricultural food processing can still contribute to both manufacturing growth and employment generation. Therefore, agriculture is not going to be an activity of a bygone era, but it still has a future. And we still need to do same activity as we pursue in manufacturing, which is to create scale. And we have to build our value chains which are resistant to global fissures and pressures and tensions. We need to plug ourselves into global supply chain and make ourselves attractive for a China plus one strategy, because India has an opportunity today due to geopolitical developments, and we need to harness it very quickly and very actively, making sure that the last mile infrastructure is created and there is plug and play and seamless movement from factory to the port, and also law and order, as well as the infrastructure support, so that workers in large scale can come to factories and go back safely to their homes, etc. The biggest challenge of all these things, apart from knowledge, skilling, MSME, women in the workforce, scaling up the economy in farms and factories, is the energy security and global green transition and climate global warming. India needs to understand that there is global warming, of course, and it is a problem to be tackled, but we cannot sacrifice growth. In the short run, we need fossil fuels, and more importantly, we need our own resources to invest for green transition. To invest, we need savings. To save, we need income. And for income, we need growth. And for growth, we need affordable energy. So economic growth and energy transition are not in contradiction to one another. One complements the other. So India has to continue to stand up for its right to pursue economic growth in the coming years without jeopardizing its climate goals, which India actually is ahead of other countries. And lastly, it is not just about climate, it is about sustainable development goal challenges. Climate is only one of the challenges, and economics is about trade-offs. We don't have infinite resources. Sometimes it is important to decide that whether we can mitigate temperature increases, but more importantly, we have to make sure that our water is safe and our air is cleaner to drink, to breathe. So sustainable development goals are as important as climate goals. And in this report, Vivek Debroy, the chairman of the EAC-PM, and Bjorn Lomborg have listed 12 areas where India can actually get greater bang for the buck. And this is once again not just an area of intervention for the government and state governments, but also for the private sector. Therefore, India, among the global countries, has done the very best in handling COVID, vaccinating its population, getting the economy back on track, maintaining economic stability, putting the financial sector and corporate sector balance sheets into good shape so that they can borrow and invest. And therefore, a steady and vigorous growth of 6.5% per annum at the minimum is assured for the next several years. But in order to sustain the cycle for a longer period than before, and to increase this growth rate, the various areas I touched upon are important. If we address them, along with importance of securing affordable and reliable power, for which state governments have a big role to play, and land reforms, etc., our potential growth can grow from 6.5% to 7.5%, and our ability to deliver a middle-class standard of living for the entire economy, and upper middle class even, will not only be a dream, but an attainable aspiration. Thank you very much once again for the rest of the session that you have today, and I look forward to being with you in your next edition. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nageswaran. It's a wonderful speech, and it's a very timely speech in the sense you touched upon every important aspect of a sustainable development. You had this whole picture very nicely drawn about the cyclical fluctuations in the Indian economy from 2000 to 2022. Talked about the last 8 years or so, shocks, but there are innovations too, success. Our success in the global economy in terms of trade, FDI, growth. Another important point, the aspiring middle class. And there is a requirement of the corporate social responsibility to maintain social stability through skilling and productivity growth, so that the aspirations of the middle class is addressed. Empowering of women, very important. Most important point from you, your speech is women should be at the helm of decision making. In our own household, we see that, but we need that for the whole economy maybe. MSME, PLI scheme, more priority, more value chain participation, very important. Agricultural value chain, we need some kind of a consolidation and defragmentation of land. Globally resilient value chain, so that this value chain is also sustainable, seamless transition in this value chain. Green transition, and the most important point for the sustainability, green growth, how to achieve this, and then finally addressing the SDGs. And the important aspects which you stressed, very rightly so, the health and education, the two most important aspects, two most important pillars for the SDG growth. Thank you, Dr. Nageswaran. It's a very well thought out and well presented address. Thank you once again, Dr. Nageswaran. And now we have Sri Sunit Mehta, Deputy Chief of Mission, High Commission of India in Canberra, Australia. And we do need to hear from our diplomatic representatives who are abroad to hear what's going on, India's perception abroad from some of our partner countries. So over to you, Sri Mehta, for your speech.
Good morning and namaste. It's a pleasure to participate today at your event, and I'm participating from the High Commission of India in Canberra, Australia. At the outset, let me thank MEA's branch Secretariat, Kolkata, for organizing this very timely conclave in partnership with the eminent the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and for giving me this opportunity to participate and benefit from the deliberations. In the context of Australia also, we are holding this event at its important juncture. We've just concluded a very successful G20 summit under India's presidency, where Prime Minister of Australia, Honorable Anthony Albanese, visited India, the second time in this year. As you all know, both Prime Ministers have already exchanged very successful bilateral visits earlier this year, with significant outreach to businesses during each of the visits. There has been a steady flow of ministerial and other high-level exchanges. In fact, since May last year, we have had about 30 ministerial visits both ways. So India and Australia are really coming closer. The India-Australia Comprehensive Strategic Partnership, announced in June 2020, has clearly acquired an unprecedented momentum, and the business environment is getting even more conducive with each passing day. It's an acknowledgement not just of our bilateral complementarities and synergies, but also of our growing convergence of views on geostrategic and geoeconomic issues, particularly in the Indo-Pacific region. It's anchored in our desire to increase engagement in the Indo-Pacific, to realize our shared vision of an open, free, prosperous, and rules-based region that respects sovereignty. It has a mutual commitment to work together to confront our common challenges and seize new opportunities as natural partners, strong democracies, and dynamic economies. The security, stability, peace, and prosperity of the Indo-Pacific region is vital for the world at large. It's a region with an expansive geography, with 65% of world's oceans and 25% of the land. It's home to 64% of the world's population, including 58% of the youth. It accounts for 62% of the global GDP and 2/3 of the global growth. Over 50% of the world trade traverses this maritime domain. Whether it is trade, investment, connectivity, or travel, or geopolitics and security, what begins in the Indo-Pacific Oceans no longer ends there, be they the shipping lanes, supply chains, markets, or resources and competition. It is essential that the Indo-Pacific region endures and flourishes to ensure future security and prosperity for not just us in the region, but also friends and partners beyond. Thanks to this convergence of views, India and Australia find each other to be natural and trustworthy partners. And since there is a great appreciation of each other's capabilities and our complementary strengths, India and Australia are working together on creating more diverse and resilient supply chains, We're doing this bilaterally as well as with other partners such as Japan and USA in the Quad. The rapid maturing of the Quad, with us like-minded partners getting together with a sense of real purpose to guard global commons and offer alternative and better options to our friends in the Indo-Pacific, is a telling manifestation of the shifting sands of geopolitics and geoeconomics and its new realities. Now, coming to the drivers of economic diplomacy, since the post-COVID reopening of Australian economy and indeed its borders, our economic diplomacy has been anchored in 3Ts framework provided by our Honorable Prime Minister, which lays emphasis on trade, technology, and tourism. I would therefore like to provide a snapshot of our approach in these broad categories today. Coming to trade, it's a good time for India-Australia trade and economic relations. Our bilateral trade is booming. It has jumped from Australian dollars 34 billion in 2021 to Australian dollars 48 billion in 2022, registering a healthy growth of 41%. India's total exports to Australia have grown by 38%. Similarly, Australia's exports to India have grown by 42%. India is Australia's sixth largest trading partner and a major destination for export of its minerals and metal resources and source of quality professional business and IT services. In 2022, India's service exports to Australia grew 123% to Australian dollar 3 billion from just 1.6 billion in 2021. This is 32% higher than pre-COVID levels of Australian dollar 2.76 billion in 2019. In order to further boost the bilateral trade and especially export of Indian goods and services to Australia, we've been following a three-pronged strategy, focusing on tariff reductions, expanding market access, and diversifying our trade basket. We have negotiated and swiftly brought into force the India-Australia Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement, which was signed last year and was brought into force in December of 2022, which is last year. ECTA has resulted in zero duty on 96% of India's exports and value to Australia immediately entry into force. We're now engaged in negotiations to conclude a comprehensive economic cooperation and trade agreement, which is SECA. 6 rounds of negotiations have already been completed, and we aim to conclude the agreement by the end of this year. We're securing greater market access for Indian products and services through special provisions agreed as part of the free trade agreement, which include annex of pharmaceuticals to grant expedited approvals for Indian pharma, side letters for market access for wine, whiskey, and alcoholic beverages, working holiday visas, post-study work visas, and greater access to Indian professionals, chefs, yoga teachers, as well as through technical cooperation mechanism to improve market access in agriculture products. We are working to improve the migration and mobility and have recently concluded the India-Australia Migration and Mobility Partnership Agreement. And a key feature of this is the mobility arrangement for talented early professionals, MATES, a very appropriate acronym which has been coined for that. This involves opening up of 3,000 slots annually for young professionals from India to spend 2 years in Australia and to work without need for a visa sponsorship. Diversifying our trade basket from traditional sectors such as fossil fuels to include new energy metals and critical minerals, which are key to energy transition. We are also facilitating greater collaboration in green hydrogen and solar energy. Initiatives in these sectors with Australia include establishing the Critical Minerals Co-Involvement Partnership, the Renewable Energy Partnership, India-Australia Solar Task Force, and Green Hydrogen Task Force. I believe when India becomes the third largest economy in the world, the energy transition and the critical minerals will play a pivotal role in that journey. Coming to technology, all the major IT companies are present in Australia. The mission's focus is to support these companies in making forays into new sectors of Australian economy, such as defense and government procurement. We've already resolved the long-pending issue of double taxation, which adversely affected the Indian IT companies for several years. As part of the free trade agreement, the ECTA, Australia has passed an amendment in domestic legislation to stop taxing the Indian IT companies for offshore services to Australian clients, which will significantly benefit our companies. Apart from traditionally strong sectors such as IT, service exports, we are now focused on expanding and deepening cooperation and eventually trade in critical and emerging technologies. We've established the India-Australia Cyber and Critical Technology Partnership. The framework agreement on cyber and cyber-enabled critical technology was also signed as part of the Comprehensive Strategic Partnership of June 2020. Coming to tourism, India has become the largest tourism source for Australia, thanks to our million-strong diaspora in Australia. The potential to increase inward tourism is also huge. In order to boost tourism from Australia, we're focusing on medical tourism, pilgrimage tourism, and MICE. There's considerable scope for medical tourism from Australia. Australians travel to neighboring countries such as Thailand, Malaysia, and Philippines for medical tourism, primarily for non-essential surgeries. With our strengths in traditional medicine, Ayush, India can be more economical and can offer quality services in this regard. As I mentioned earlier, there's a large diaspora in Australia, which is reaching over 1 million now. Therefore, there is also a considerable scope for boosting tourism among persons of Indian origin to visit India, not only for family and friends visit, but also for religious pilgrimage. There's considerable scope in MICE tourism with Australia. The mission is seized of these opportunities created by India's G20 presidency and all the related events that have taken place across India, which has created tremendous awareness as a tourist destination and unlocked India's untapped potential in the sector. As I alluded earlier, beyond just trade, there's already a strong shared sense that India and Australia can help each other grow and transform. In Australia, there is a new realization that its future prosperity and security can no longer rely on any single country alone. Similarly, Australian companies cannot remain just producers and exporters of primary commodities. They must also diversify into processing, value addition, and manufacturing. Through this platform, I would like to urge all Indian businesses to come forward and seize this opportunity. And our mission here in Canberra and our consulates in Sydney, Melbourne, Perth, and soon to be open Brisbane will be happy to provide all the necessary assistance in forging this long-term profitable partnerships with your Australian counterparts. Thank you once again for your attention and for giving me this wonderful opportunity to participate and benefit from the deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mehta, for a very well thought out speech. In fact, we understand that there is tremendous scope of partnership before SICA is actually finally signed. We have scope for maritime trade, technology, tourism, service export is one field, and then we can diversify to different other kinds of things like coal, renewable energy, and finally, you talked about prosperity and security of the Pacific depends on a stronger partnership between Australia and India. And your mission is all there to help the business here to prosper. That's a very welcome speech from you. Thank you, Mr. Mehta, once again. The next special address will be a similar address. This will be from Shri Mayank Joshi, Deputy Chief of Mission, Embassy of India, Tokyo, Japan. So it will be again something we should hear what prospect is there for the Indian business, Indian cooperation, Indian trade, etc., with another very vital partner in the Pacific for us, Japan. Over to you, Shri Joshi.
Thank you, Professor Ray Chaudhary ji. Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, and Ministry of Electronic and Information Technology, Shri Rajiv Chandrasekhar ji. Secretary of Department of Economic Affairs, Shri Ajay Seth ji. Chief Economic Advisor, Ms. Shri Nageshwaram. Other distinguished members of the panel, distinguished guests and dignitaries, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning and a very good afternoon from Japan. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to speak at this important event with such distinguished panelists and speakers on a very engaging topic of India leads towards the third largest economy. As a speaker just before me, Deputy High Commissioner of Australia mentioned, this comes at a very opportune moment also when we have just concluded a very historic landmark G20 summit as India is the chair. And also that Japan, from where I speak today in Tokyo, is chairing the G7. As we have seen that at the conclusion of the G20 summit, the global community, the international community has taken note of India as a key global player, as a voice of Global South, and as, no doubt, a country of future. With regard to the topic of today, that is the India as the third largest economy, we can see that it is a reflection of our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi's declaration of India entering into an Amrit Kal to become a self-reliant and Atmanirbhar economy by 2047. Our vision, as we see, is of a United States $5 trillion self-reliant economy in the next few years. And the key pillars which have been laid out for this economic future roadmap include economy, infrastructure, demography, democracy, supply chains, and also we should not forget the most important one, energy. In this endeavor, Japan has been and is a very key important partner in our economic development and growth. While we tread this path, this aspirational path of being the third largest economy, as Secretary had mentioned that it is not an end, it's a journey. We have to carefully take note of disruptive and significant global challenges on one hand, and on the technological advances and the opportunities that lie in integration of global economy in front of us, like digitization, research and development, and various other developments. In my remarks, so today I would like to focus on India-Japan partnership and how it can be leveraged in our efforts to drive a greater economic growth and infrastructure development in India. Secretary, Department of Economic Affairs had mentioned 4 important pillars, that is energy, reskilling, infrastructure, and also financial. More or less my important points which I would like to highlight with regard to India-Japan bilateral relationship would be around these 4 important pillars. As we all know that India and Japan have a highly developed spatial strategic and global partnership. Our engagements are based on strong foundation of shared objectives and common values such as democracy, freedom, respect for rule of law, to shape a peaceful, secure, and sustainable world. Our 2 countries are committed to reform multilateralism and are working together closely in important constructs, be it United Nations, the Quad, the CDRI, Coalition for Disaster Resilience Infrastructure, or the International Solar Alliance, and the most recent, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. At this juncture, I would like to recall that earlier this year, during his visit to India in March, Honorable Prime Minister of Japan, Mr. Fumio Kishida, launched his new plan for free and open Indo-Pacific, specially chosen to be launched from India. And there, he emphasized that Japan's free and open Indo-Pacific policy, or rather the new plan for free, open Indo-Pacific framework, is possible only, in inverted commas I quote, together with India as an indispensable partner. This is a very important point to be noted, that Japan, repeatedly at the highest level, has outlined, has emphasized and underlined that India is an indispensable partner. India has become, in the recent times, quickly risen up high on Japan's priorities as a long-term strategic partner, both in strategic importance as well as economic importance. Economic partnership has also been the cornerstone of a unique India-Japan spatial strategic and global partnership. Japan's long-standing foreign direct investment footprint in India is steadily expanding, and currently it stands at the 5th largest foreign direct investment holder in India, with a share of 6%. As of date, more than 1,400 Japanese companies are operating in India in different sectors, and more than half of them are in manufacturing. Not only that, India is the largest beneficiary of Japan's official development assistance. Currently, under the direction of our leadership, we both countries are together working on a target of 5 trillion yen investment, public-private investment of Japan into India. In this context, I am very happy to share that with regard to the government's initiative of production-linked incentive scheme, today, as the information stands, proposals of applications of 26 Japanese companies with a commitment investment worth of $1.8 billion has been approved. This shows how much integration and interest Japanese companies have in the Indian economic and growth development story. Secretary, Department of Economic Affairs had mentioned about a pillar of infrastructure. This is another area where India and Japan are working very strongly. In fact, Japanese investment in infrastructure sector has been at the core of our strategic partnership. We all know about the landmark Mumbai-Ahmedabad high-speed railway project, which is making a rapid progress. In fact, it is seen as a third milestone, predated by concrete success stories of similar to partnerships like Maruti Suzuki and Delhi Metro, which have been a key high point in our cooperation. With regard to infrastructure development, we are also looking at 6 more metro projects in 6 different cities. We are also having landmark projects which include Western Dedicated Freight Corridor, the Delhi-Mumbai Industrial Corridor, the ongoing discussions on Mumbai Trans Harbour Link project, 6 smart cities being supported by Japan's JICA investment, various hospitals and different sectoral projects like sanitation, agriculture, etc., including in the northeastern states of India, and a lot of logistical support, investment in logistics in multimodal transit projects in India. There has been an immense interest in the Japanese industry for these sectors in the recent 2 years post-COVID-19 we have seen. Talking about technical cooperation, practically we have technical cooperation in all sectors. I will be happy again to share that unique to our 2 countries, we have established strong skill and industrial development framework to help realize government's initiatives like Skill India and Make in India. We have over 35 Japan-India Institutes of Manufacturing. We have 11 Japan endowment courses in various institutes in India. We have 11 functional Japan industrial townships in various states in India, 9 states to be specific. These are key to developing not only skills on Japanese technology and industrial systems like Kaizen and 5 Sigma and Zero Defect philosophy, but also support the infrastructure and ecosystem for the industrial development in India. To top it up, over the period of last 5 to 6 years, we have established action-oriented partnerships in key sectors such as digital sector, industrial sector, and energy sector. For example, the digital sector, we have instituted a digital partnership program. We are looking at digital talent exchange, R&D, capacity building, security-related strategic collaborations to synergize our core competitiveness, ESDM sector. The objective is to combine this and synergize Digital India, Startup India, Skill India initiatives with the Japan's Society 5.0. Next comes the India-Japan Industrial Competitive Partnerships, where we are engaging over 11 sectors such as automotive, heavy machinery, textiles, steels, SMEs, etc., to collaborate on developing industrial competitiveness in these areas by incorporating Japan's best practices and financial support. Next pillar, which again I would recall Secretary's speech, is regarding energy. This is another area where India and Japan are working very closely. We have set up a clean energy partnership program. We are collaborating in not only new and renewable energy, but also in nuclear energy area. And now we are focusing strongly on alternative energy sources like hydrogen and ammonia as fuel. Another important area is the area of emerging technologies. In this, I would like to mention our Defense Technology Equipment Cooperation Dialogue, where we are looking at not only manufacturing, but also collaborating on defense equipment manufacturing sector. Deputy High Commissioner of Australia had mentioned about supply chains. In this regard, I would like to recall that India, Japan, and Australia had instituted a supply chain resilience initiative, again focusing on sharing best practices and competitiveness of each country, as well as also focusing on collaborating on digital technologies. There are several other areas like startups, space, life sciences, material sciences, high energy physics, biotechnology, going into the area of science and technology, where a number of projects are being taken bilaterally. And also we are working together on areas of health sector. One of the predecessors had talked about health sector. Ayurveda, yoga, wellness, and healthcare well-being in global healthcare strategy are also areas where we are working together. Food security is another area which was also an outcome document in G7, where India had contributed to a lifestyle initiative by India, which he had taken. Coming to the trade area, we have a comprehensive economic partnership program with Japan, which was instituted in 2011. However, despite several efforts from both sides, we still are at $20 billion, but we both agree on that there is a high potential of trade between the two countries. Objectively speaking, we would, from the missions perspective, we are working very closely with Japan to come together to co-innovate, co-create, and co-produce for both domestic and global markets by combining our strengths and competitiveness. As we all know that Japan has a demographic interest, India having a demographic dividend, there is a strong demand in Japan for India's high skill and skilled personnel. Currently, we have 12,500 high skilled Indians working in Japanese IT and fintech sector and other sectors similar. However, there is a huge demand. And for this, not only for high skilled sector, but also for semi-skilled sector, India and Japan have also signed a specified skilled worker program. And we are also in discussions with regard to a mobility partnership, migration mobility partnership agreement, which is at initial stages. Efforts in our embassy in Tokyo are aligned to these imperatives. And we are working very closely with various stakeholders in Japan, the MEA industry, and also the public sector and private sector, especially the industry sector of Japan, with regard to focusing on the manufacturing and the small and medium enterprises. I would like to share here that our feeling in the embassy has been that while there is a tremendous interest, a significant amount of interest in Japan political as well as the industrial leadership to venture into India, to collaborate with India. However, there is still some kind of need for more awareness raising. And in this regard, we for the last 2 years have been working very closely with our not only trade promotion councils, but also with chambers of commerce to bring in delegations from India, not only from the industrial side, but also from the state government for investment roadshows. And we have had more than 7 states come in here. We've had former Prime Minister Suga taking a big delegation to Japan of business leaders. We've had 35 CEO roundtable, which was held last year with the Honorable Prime Minister. So there has been a lot of momentum which has been generated post-COVID-19. On the embassy side, we have opened a small and medium enterprises facilitation cell. There is a lot of interest in among the small and medium enterprises in this regard. We have also India-Japan Skill Connect under the aegis of our ambassador. We have also created a new momentum with each prefecture. We believe that not only Tokyo and Osaka are the center, but there are various prefectures. There are 47 prefectures in Japan. So our ambassador has visited 32 prefectures as of date within a short period of 9 months to meet the governor, the business community, and generate momentum of interest with the Japanese industry people and also the government functionaries to look at India as a close partner. We are having regular interaction with top CEOs as a follow-up to Prime Minister's meeting with them. And we have also been holding investment roadshows. DPIIT had visited India, and also we are looking at Invest India and other states to come and holding road shows for raising awareness among Japanese industry. In addition to that, we have the usual market expansion activities and trade promotion activities which are held regularly. So in conclusion, as we aim to be the third largest economy, the partnership with Japan, as per our mission's understanding, and is very crucial. It is vital to maintain and amplify our engagement with Japan across all sectors. And here I would like to urge the Indian business chambers and industry people to look at Japan in this context and visit Japan, interact with Japanese industry and government functionaries more, so that the awareness regarding the momentum and the energy which India and dynamism which India has is raised. We have set up a target of 15,000 Japanese companies to be in India in the next coming years. It is a very ambitious target, but it is a possible target. Therefore, I am confident that the Indian industry and chambers, especially the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, will continue collaborating in this regard. Thank you very much. Arigato gozaimasu.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Joshi. Lots of hope for India-Japan cooperation. And Japan is a key partner, and Japan thinks India to be one of the strategic and economic partner, globally important partner. That's a very good news for us. And as you have outlined, Japanese companies are here in many sectors, especially the infrastructure sectors, highways, as well as health and logistics. And in fact, for the skilling and the supply chain, also Japan has a lot of prospect for Indian companies. And there are also possibilities for MSME to participate in this. So we expect with leadership from people like you, we will have more cooperation in future between entrepreneurs here and Japan. Thank you very much, Mr. Joshi, for your very enlightening speech. Well, I invite Shombit to carry on the proceedings from here. Shombit.
Thank you, sir. So we had a very engaging set of speakers addressing us, mostly the luminaries guiding the policy roadmap for our economy's march towards the third largest economy. Now we'll take a break for 5 minutes. We had a bad traffic situation outside, so a couple of our speakers are stuck there. We'll take a 5 minutes break and we'll come back soon, and we'll then start the session wherein we have all the other speakers for the opening panel present, and they would be participating in that. Thank you. We have tea, coffee outside. You can kindly help yourself.
I check the
Okay, yeah, we are good to start the next set of proceedings. I would quickly call upon our President, Mr. Shubhi Chakraborty. Sir, if you could kindly come up on the dais. Professor Ajitabar Roy Chaudhary, sir, if you could kindly come up on the dais. Shri Rajiv Kumar, IPS, Principal Secretary, Department of Information Technology and Electronics, Government of West Bengal. Sir, if you could kindly come up on the dais. And Mr. Chandrasekhar Ghosh, Managing Director and CEO, Bandhan Bank Limited, and also a former president. Sir. Yeah. I would request Mr. Rajiv Kumar, IPS, Principal Secretary, Department of Information Technology and Electronics, Government of West Bengal, to formally give us his address.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think the morning session was unlike morning session, I'll not throw many numbers at you. I know there's a lot to absorb from the morning session. I'll start with a video on a lighter note, and It's a 30-second clip. It's a very famous series. All of you must have watched it, but just to put things in perspective. Yes.
The financial crisis is much worse than we thought. All the cabinets have got to make cuts and they're...
Good cabinet meeting, darling.
I want a triple scotch.
Oh, as bad as that. Why?
Apparently the financial crisis is much worse than we thought. All the cabinets have got to make cuts in their spending plans.
Oh, Bernard, would you like a scotch?
Oh, yes, could I have a large one, please?
Oh, another triple.
Humphrey should have seen this coming and warned me.
I don't think Sir Humphrey understands economics, Prime Minister. He did read classics, you know.
Well, that's Sir Frank. He's head of the Treasury.
Well, I'm afraid he's at an even greater disadvantage in understanding economics. He's an economist.
So, I'll get on with my actual presentation. So it's a small, I'm not much of a speaker, so I thought I'll engage you through presentation. Pardon me for that. And I'll give a different story in a sense that we are very confident that we are going to be a third largest economy in times to come, but there are a few challenges which we need to deal at the ground level. That's okay. So, as I understand that I'll talk to you through example, a recent example which we did, experiment which we conducted, and it's not related to this conference is about Indo-Pacific cooperation, and I will not focus on 40 countries. I'll focus on only one country, that's Bangladesh, which is a neighbor to us, and through an example. So before that, to bring the thing on a serious note, the policies and reforms are okay, and but we also need people to drive those reforms, to be able to set those reforms in motion. And that is on a ground level, we person who's in the state government, and we are looking at things, there are certain challenges which we need to face. This is one of the most famous Chinese journal, who I think 2,500 BC, Shunzu, in a book of his Art of War, he says, strategy without tactics is the slowest route to victory. And tactics without a strategy is noise before defeat. I understand the policies are important, but with the policy, if you do not have ground level tactics, it's going to be a very long journey. So with that in mind, I'll take you to an experiment which we conducted. It was regarding there used to be there is an export-import taking place from the land borders where Bangladesh is. We have 5 or 6 ICPs, land border checkposts, and export-import takes place. And when we looked at it, we started with a little success, and there are failures. And failures teaches us a lot more. So I'll first go from I'll take the success part and show this is a World Bank.
Hello, I'm Cecile Fruman, the Director for Regional Integration South Asia at the World Bank, and I had the extreme pleasure of visiting Petropol in March of 2023, and I saw firsthand this new program, eSuvida, and the great benefit that it brings to regional trade. Trucks used to spend 40 days, up to 40 days, waiting to enter the integrated checkpoint, and then they'd spend another 110 hours just waiting to clear. That has now been reduced to about 14 hours. And this is absolutely remarkable, and it is truly the future of trade in South Asia. We're looking forward as the World Bank to supporting expansion to other integrated checkpoints in India, but also to other countries of the region, because these automated platforms are what brings efficiency and future trade for this region. Thank you.
So this all sounds nice, and this thing, but there are so many efficiencies, even small efficiencies which we encounter. If we could correct them, there would be a boom in trade and economic activity. I am trying to focus on small things which these trucks used to wait around 40 to 50 days. And there used to be transshipment, and the process was too bad. Now they can book that they can go the same day. But now I'll tell you the negative part, the places where we have not really achieved anything, and there is so much of scope of doing things. Why I bring it to your attention? Because creating things like UPI and BHIM Pay is good for government, but till that time private entrepreneurs make something like Phone Pay or Paytm, this UPI revolution wouldn't have taken place. It's the entrepreneurs who bring value and drive the policy reforms which are put in place. And as we know, all of us know that cross-border trade is like a three-legged race. Both of us have to cooperate, and not only cooperate or the countries, but even the agencies. And what we found on the ICPs, where there are more agencies, the slower the trade. The less agencies, the better the trade. So it is not to take all of them are digitized and computerized, all the agencies like BSF, Customs, Land Port Authority of India, but they don't talk to each other. And the worst part is all the heads of these agencies like Customs, he has studied, the chairman, he has studied with me for 4 years in college. The BSF chief, he has done training with me for 2 years. The finance secretary, he has done FC with me for 6 months. But we are still unable to connect all of them together. So that's the challenges are, I'm trying to focus on the challenges, that the ground level challenges, the policies and the things are good. They need to, like a strategy. But till the time if there are no tactics, if there are no things which move things, it will take a long time. And this I'm talking about goods. And I'll just like to tell you an area which we want to focus on is, you see, the Calcutta airport receives around 4,000 to 5,000 foreigners per day. And you will be surprised that the Benapole border receives 10,000 foreigners if we per day. And they line up, they wait for hours, and our behavior is, whether they're going out or coming in, is atrocious. I'm talking as if you go there, then you come to know what the policies might be there, this thing is there, but then we need to move the things, and they are all coming for treatment here. There could be such a economic boom could take place if there was we could set these things right. Policy framework is there, but people are needed to move these policies, things, align the old processes according to new policies. It's once you go there, as I was talking about, we feel once we started this, the one figure which I would like to give is that when we put this cross-border trade thing, and we put some kind of fee for booking the trucks. So the revenue generated for the government is approximately 1 crore a day. And they are happy so that they don't have to wait 40, 50 days. The total volume for trade is around $4 billion from that Petropole only. There is so much of volume and of trade, and this thing is looking, if we could just small things we could set right. That's what I'm trying to, and I'm trying to invite all of your attentions, because you people are the ones who really bring about changes. So I'll give you this. I thought I'll show you this, the couple of last slides. Now, where Calcutta to Agartala, once we do the trade, we take around 50 kilometers. It's a 40 hours long thing. I have plotted it on a Google map. This is the route we take. So this is it takes around 41 hours. You can check it on this thing. If we were to go from Calcutta through to Petrapole, it takes 2.5 hours. Now it's showing today, right now it's showing 3 hours, 17 minutes. I think it's 1 hour is more because of that traffic in Calcutta today. That's what it looks like. And it was 2.5 hours yesterday. Now it's from Benapole to a point which is near to Agartala, Akhura border, it takes 7 hours. And from Akhura border to Agartala, it takes half an hour. So if you see the traveling time, goods you transport to send them on a 16 hours journey. If there was today technology exists, you can track the things, you can really manage things, and you could send them this Agartala would be much nearer than the Siliguri. You could reach that in the same day, 10 to 12 hours instead of 40 hours. And you would say, no, there is a lot of policy intervention required. I'll just give you a thing. There is a thing called BBIN. This is called Bhutan, Bangladesh, India, Nepal Initiative. In 2014-15, they came to a decision, this is what we will do. They ran a truck also. They sent a truck from Calcutta to Agartala. I think that was the one and the last truck which went and kind of proved the concept. The issue, what I'm trying to tell you is there's a lot of efficiency. If you can bring the efficiency in the existing processes, and existing processes, a good modern process can be designed because the new good policies have really come into picture, but we need some people to drive those policies and take advantage of things. This will generate so much of revenue for if a rough back of the envelope calculation shows that if there was a reasonable amount of charge Bangladesh government were to put, they will generate $1 million a day from the traffic which will go to Agartala or the northeast instead of this thing. And the figures which I am giving are of 2014-15. That time the Padda Setu was not there. The Dhaka, that used to be a big issue. Now we have a big flyover on that near Dhaka, and it takes around 4 hours from Benapole to this thing. It's as near to Benapole is as near to Calcutta as to Dhaka. So with these thoughts, I thought I'll maybe disrupt the line of thought which was going through the conference, and it was more the policy perspective which was being talked about. I thought I'll give you my 2 pence of experience on the ground. Thank you very much for your time and attention, and thank you for the time giving me this opportunity. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. It was indeed very insightful to know about this particular aspect, because we from the Bengal Chamber took up a study on this, and we found this gray area which needed urgent attention. I would now like to call upon our President, Mr. Shubhit Chakraborty, for his presidential address. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Well, good afternoon, sorry. So it gives me immense pleasure to welcome all of you. We had a galaxy of speakers in the morning joining us through virtual mode. And Mr. Ravi Shankar, Honorary Deputy Governor, Reserve Bank of India, Sri Ajay Seth, Secretary, Department of Economic Affairs, Ministry of Finance, Government of India, Dr. V. Anantha Nageshwaran, Chief Economic Advisor, Government of India, Sri Suneet Mehta, Deputy Chief of Mission, HCI, Canberra, Australia, Sri Mayank Joshi, Deputy Chief of Mission, Embassy of India, Tokyo, Japan. I thank them all for their very, very stimulating address. On behalf of Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, I'm indeed indebted to Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, and Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, who will be joining us shortly in virtual mode, Sri Rajiv Chandrasekhar.
On the panel, we also have a galaxy of stars today who are joining us physically. Mr. Chandrasekhar Ghosh, MD and CEO Bandhan Bank and former president of BCC&I. Sri Rajiv Kumar, IPS Principal Secretary, Department of Information and Technology and Electronics, Government of West Bengal. Sri Sanjeev Sanyal, who is caught up in the traffic but will be joining us shortly. Member, Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister, Mr. Shiv Kumar, Operating Partner at Advent International Gurgaon and ex-Chairman and CEO PepsiCo India and ex-CEO EM Nokia. So I thank you all for joining us today. I shall not be giving my typical welcome speech, citing a lot of economic figures. We have experts doing that. I shall be talking about a few issues which I think, in my personal opinion, which could be challenges to this growth strategy that we are talking about. The first point is, while we are growing, we are also becoming a very power-dependent economy. Our requirement for power at individual level, all of you will appreciate, is growing at a phenomenal pace on a daily basis. We are using more and more of electrical gadgets. In my personal opinion, our estimate of power requirement 10 years from now is about 800 gigawatt peak, which I think is slightly underestimated. So this could pose as a challenge going forward, because without adequate energy management, we will not be able to manage this growth. To top it all, we also have a target for migrating to renewable energy. Renewable energy will require large-scale deployment of battery energy storage systems or mechanical storage systems. And this will require a huge amount of planning. Government has taken the right steps in announcing the viability gap funding for battery energy storage systems. But it's a long journey ahead. And unless we are able to manage this transition, the energy transition, we may be falling short of our target. The second point which comes to my mind is, during the period of industrialization in the last century, income disparities have actually become less, in the sense that income disparities have narrowed between the richest and the poorest because of rapid industrialization. However, in the last 1.5 decades, we are finding globally, it's a global phenomenon, that within countries which are growing, we are finding a widening of income disparity. Now this needs to be managed, because I've got nothing against creation of millionaires and billionaires. It's all good for the economy. But if the income disparity grows, it is bound to lead to social unrest, which can undo all the good work that is being done. So this needs to be managed either through social funding or through other means, but it is something which should be of topical interest to our administrators and government. And also, growth in GDP or growth in the economy does not necessarily translate into growth in jobs. We have heard about jobless growth, because particularly in the manufacturing sector, which is very important, we are finding that today any expansion which is taking place, it is being done with the aid of robotics, artificial intelligence. So the number of people required per rupee of additional turnover, that is consistently going down in industry. So this also needs to be addressed either through reskilling or appropriate skilling, which some speakers talked about. But this is of vital interest, otherwise we will have a lot of growth, but our youth will not get the employment. So the skill gaps need to be managed. And finally, I come to my last point, which is an observation on the economy, which is GDP really an appropriate measure of growth? Today, the global economy is $110 trillion. Is the aim of humanity or the human beings living on this planet to really go to $200 trillion, $300 trillion? Will that really be a solution to all our problems? Can the earth take this on a sustainable basis? We need to ask this question because as we are targeting economic growth, we must understand where it is leading us on a holistic scale. Today, we are talking a lot about circularity, we are talking a lot about sustainability. Is it not possible to build these indices into our GDP measurement so that the GDP that we talk about is more wholesome, more meaningful to humanity at large? Because single-minded pursuit of GDP, I think, in my personal opinion, will land us in a situation which will be grossly unsustainable in the long run. So time has come for economists to think about it and to create new indices which are more appropriate for the future growth of the world at large. I welcome you once again to this very meaningful conclave, and I'm sure along with me, we are all looking forward to some fruitful discussion and engagements for the rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. All your questions are all important, and we are all of us are searching for the solution, no doubt, and maybe in future we'll get that at some point of time. Well, now we have the fortune of having Sri Rajiv Chandrasekharji, Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, and Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. He will give the inaugural address as chief guest of this conclave, and we are all eager to hear from you, Sri Chandrasekharji. Over to you, Sri Chandrasekhar.
Good morning, and good morning from New Delhi. Thank you all for inviting me to this India Economic Conclave being organized by the Bengal Chamber. Certainly a good topic to talk about, especially in the context of the recent G20 and what we are seeing around the world in the post-COVID situation or post-COVID world. Let me just start by drawing your attention in a sense, at least from my perspective, that we certainly seem to be living in very exciting times, very interesting times from a global perspective, exciting times from an Indian perspective. We have just finished. We are on the other side of this G20 conference, where the world's largest nations and their representatives came and saw India for the last 1 year and have recognized many things that India have put forward. And in a lot of ways, the New Delhi Declaration represents the stature, the global stature, the coming of age in a way of India on the global stage. So that backdrop, it's almost like if you look at the last 7-8 days of my own calendar, or indeed what you have read, you will see that almost every day there is history being made, milestones are being crossed. For the first time ever in the history of independent India, we have a new parliament. This is just a week, 10 days ago. Great moment to celebrate, great occasion to celebrate. And then if that wasn't good enough, 2 days after, the parliament passes, the new parliament passes as its ever law, enacted in that new parliament, an historical women's reservation bill that will absolutely transform the landscape of opportunities for women and young girls today, who are young girls today, who will be women tomorrow. And if that wasn't good enough, 2 days later, the iPhone 15 globally launched. Consumers go to their store in Sydney, New York, walk in and get iPhone 15s on the 22nd, and the same day, Indian consumers walk into and buy the same iPhone 15. The big difference being the Indian consumer got the made in India iPhone 15, and the consumers elsewhere got iPhone 15s from other parts of the manufactured in other parts of the country. If that wasn't good enough, 2 days post that, a $3 billion unit, first ever semiconductor plant, the groundbreaking ceremony for that was held in Gujarat, Sanand, Gujarat. And I lay these out for you because these are all things that have never been done in the 75 years of Indian history. We are charting almost every day new course, reimagining our ambitions today. And who would have thought, and you know, amongst all of you, there are many, many businessmen. Who would have thought a country in 2014 that was importing 82% of its mobile phones, had no electronics manufacturing of any kind, today is manufacturing 100% of what we consume and is exporting 1 lakh crores last year of Apple and Samsung phones made in India. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that 70, 75 years of not having pursued the semiconductor opportunity, here we are today, just 15 months later, seeing almost 30 startups in design, semiconductor device design, a $3 billion Micron, a global giant, setting up a memory unit, memory plant in Gujarat. And the curriculum to generate 85,000 highly skilled, highly talented, global standard talented engineers and scientists being implemented in our Indian academics. And now all of this is happening at a time when India is the fastest growing economy in the world. We have moved from being, just in 2013, if you recall, many of you will recall, we were the fragile five. And here we are the top 5 economies of the world. And as our Prime Minister has said, he has guaranteed that we will move from the top 5 to the top 3 in the next 3 years. We will cross Japan and Germany, and we will be in the league with the US and China amongst the top 3 economies in the world. We have resources today that are being generated for the government, and you can see the GST numbers year on year to show that how the economic growth is not just a statistic. It is creating more and more resources for the government to invest in infrastructure, in poverty, in the poor of India, to make them move out of poverty, giving them more and more opportunities, etc., etc. This is how I like to start any discussion, any conversation about India today and what India will be going forward. And as we speak to the today and as we speak to the tomorrow, it is extremely important to just a backdrop and an understanding of where India used to be. And I like to share this example, like to share this especially with the younger Indians who certainly have not experienced the past of India, the old India. That, you know, India for many, many decades, almost 6.5 decades, was seen as this great country, largest democracy in the world, great people with great potential, but always a country of great potential that was limited by a dysfunctional governance, leaky governance, which was best characterized by what Rajiv Gandhi said, the then Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi said in 1985, that for every 100 rupees that left Delhi from the government of India, 15 rupees alone reached for the benefit of the citizen that 100 rupees was intended to. That statement described the dysfunctionality, the leakage, the corruption, the intermediation between government and citizen, and in a lot of ways described what the world saw of democracies like India and democracies at large. And you are in Bengal, you are in Kolkata, you will certainly agree with me that for a number was an ideology that was exported from the north of India, from a country called China, that actually put out there for people that democracies in Asia will never function, that it required authoritarian regimes and ideologies like communism and Marxism for development to reach the people of Asia. This was actually put out there for many years and decades. And in 2015, our Prime Minister came, transformed that narrative, using technology, created DBT, created Jan Dhan Yojana, used technology to ensure that every 100 rupees that now goes from the government of India reaches the citizen in his or her bank account without leakage, without any delay, and without any intermediation. And in a snap, that narrative of a dysfunctional governance has been replaced by a technology-led digital government that has brought more and more trust, more and more transparency, and less corruption in the process of governance and the relationship between government and citizen. It used to be that India was seen as a country with limited resources. बहुत poor country hai. We talk about modern infrastructure in Singapore and Thailand and Korea, and the narrative from India would be that we just didn't have the resources to build modern cities, to build modern infrastructure, and India would always lag. And here we are today, one of the largest spending nations in the world in building modern infrastructure, from rail to roads to ports to logistics networks. And we are spending 13 lakh crores in this financial year in creating modern infrastructure. Resources were always low this year. And today, when we look at tax buoyancy, GST buoyancy, every year we are exceeding targets by 20-25%. Shows you the power of the underlying economy to generate resources that can be deployed for infrastructure, deployed for our poor, to get them out of poverty, for our own security. A country that had to go running to the west every time there was a terrorist strike, had to go running to the west every time countries in the north or the west encroached on our territory, today has invested under Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, because of the resources that are generated due to an expanding economy, in a modern security apparatus, which is not just an academic conversation for those of us in business and governance, because our economic rise, our economic growth, our rise as a global superpower will certainly not be without obstacles or without challenges. And the biggest insurance policy to assure our rise, assure our growth, and assure our future ambitions is that we have a strong and deterrent security establishment and capability. It used to be that poverty was a slogan and that people had made these efforts in essentially talking about poverty, garibi hatao, all of that. And for the first time, because of our resources, 130 million Indians, 13 crore Indians have been brought out of poverty in the last 6 years alone, as the Niti Aayog has reported. The World Bank recently talked about inclusion and how over the last 9 years, we have achieved in India bringing more Indians into the inclusive banking and financial sector net, which would have otherwise taken 47 years if we had gone by the pace in pre-2014. So I'm laying all this out there because I certainly think when we are talking about, and your topic today is the Indian Economic Conclave, there is certainly a reason for us to be extremely positive, ambitious, and optimistic about where the future and what the future has in store for India and Indian businesses and the Indian economy in general. There are many things that I can talk to you about the past versus the present, but you certainly get the gist of what I'm saying, the deep transformation that has happened over the last 9 years that has provided an enabling framework for today's growth and future growth. And certainly one of the big elements that I would like to draw your attention to, if you don't know about this already, but it's certainly worth understanding and celebrating, is the role in our economy of younger and younger startups, and the amount of equity that has been created in the last 7 to 9 years, investable equity that has been created in our economy, in our country, has been unprecedented. In the past, when we looked at an economic model, the major players of the economic model would be the government and the public and the state, both the public sector and the state, and of course, a handful of Indian corporates, some of them very large, heavily diversified, with a very small space, economic space available for young first generation entrepreneurs and startups. So in that old model, the small remained small, the big grew bigger. And if a small company or a small startup or a young person wanted to set up a business in early 90s, it was extremely important, regardless of whether you had a brilliant idea or a great amount of energy and perseverance, to have access to capital and to have access to the other opportunities. And today there is an absolutely very different economic model that is being built out and growing today, where a large part of the economic activity and the GDP is being contributed by and created by, the economic value add is being contributed by and created by young startups and young entrepreneurs who today, for the first time, don't see any limits to their ambitions, don't see any limits to their growth. Today, the small need not remain small. If you have everything else, the grit, the idea, the innovation, the business strategy, and the big, certainly in today's world, there is no guarantee or insurance that they will remain big and have the too big to fail model applied to them. So it is certainly a very important change in how our economy has been made up. I have, over the last 2 years, had the good fortune to travel to 62 colleges around the country. None of the IITs and none of the big colleges, but all of the many other colleges, government, district colleges. And I can report to you with all responsibility in my command that the energy, the determination, the confidence that the younger generation of graduating students are bringing to bear is just unimaginable and extremely inspiring. And I think, given that, we can be extremely confident that the Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister's assurance and guarantee that we will be the third largest economy in the coming years is absolutely achievable, and we will get there soon target as a nation. So there is many things to talk to you about. I certainly don't want to take up all the time, but I will end by saying that especially in the two areas that I am personally responsible for, technology and in skilling and entrepreneurship, both of them intersect at the heart of the principal stakeholder, which is the young Indian. I find it extremely positive and inspiring today, the way young Indians are responding to the increased number of opportunities that the government and Prime Minister has thrown up. Today, like I said, like telling people, in 2014, when we referred to the digital economy, we referred to IT and ITES. We were the back office of the world. We had very good companies like Tata, TCS, Wipro, Infosys, etc., who had built world-class franchises. But in a very clear way, we occupied a very thin slice of the digital economy. We were at about 4.5% of GDP when it came to digital economy, and today we are 11%, and by 2026 will be 20% of the GDP will be digital economy. And I want to tell you very clearly today, there is no space, no aspect of the digital economy that India is not present in today. IT, ITES, the internet and the consumer internet, artificial intelligence, electronics, semiconductor, high performance computing, AI, we are in every part of the current digital economy and the emerging digital economy. So it is an absolutely wonderful thing to see how the energies that have been unleashed by our Prime Minister in 2015 when he launched the Digital India program is really now creating and transforming the very nature of our economy and creating more and more opportunities and more economic opportunities for the country and for the young Indians who are practitioners in this. Skilling, I'll quickly give you a quick brief on skilling. It is certainly clear to all those in business for sure that post-COVID, the digitization of the world, digitization of the economy has accelerated significantly. And in 2014, I don't know how many of you are aware of this, that the total workforce in India was 42 crore Indians, and 31 crore Indians in the Indian workforce in 2014 had no skills or education. That was the legacy after 65 years, that bulk, 3 out of 4 Indians who had a job, who worked, had no skills or no education. And that is the process that we have attempted to change. We are delivering skills at scale, at large numbers of skills, job-ready, future-ready skills. And the other aspect of 2014 used to be that 1.5 crore youngsters dropped out of school and joined the workforce without skills, for which the government has launched the National Education Policy in 2020. Some states, unfortunately, don't want to implement that, but the National Education Policy ensures that no child who drops out of school or leaves school does so without having formal skilling training. From the 6th standard in the National Education Policy, children have vocational training and skilling as part of the curriculum. And so that 1.5 crore children who used to join the workforce without skills has come down to 0 for every state that is implementing the National Education Policy. So skilling is absolutely a very, very, as you certainly will understand and acknowledge, is an absolutely critical area as far as young Indians are concerned, in making them more and more relevant and more available to the large number of opportunities that are being thrown up due to the various policies of the government of India. So I will stop here. I wish the Bengal Chamber and all of its members the very best. I thank you again for inviting me to speak and contribute in my small manner to these conversations that you are having in Kolkata today. And I wish you the very best. Jai Hind. Namaskar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chandrasekhar, for mentioning some of the very key points which are important, apart from mentioning the milestones which has been achieved in last few weeks or days, so to say. You correctly pointed out that with the dysfunctional governments or governance, a country cannot progress. And for that, we need a good governance, and that will produce and deliver things like good infrastructure, security of the poor, a good startup environment, culture, skilling in the age of digitization, and apparently no dropouts. Thank you very much, Mr. Chandrasekhar. We hope that all your efforts and wishes which you have revealed will be fulfilled in the coming years. Thank you once again, Mr. Chandrasekhar. Mr. Rajiv Kumar has to leave, I think. So just one moment. A memento will be presented to Mr. Rajiv Kumar by our President of the Chamber. With this, I now request our President of the Chamber, Mr. Chakraborty, and Mr. C.S. Ghosh, a Bandhan man, to come to the stage. Please be seated, sir. Well, now I invite Mr. Shivakumar, operating partner at Advent International, Gurgaon, and ex-chairman and CEO of PepsiCo India and ex-CEO EM of Nokia, and he will address on the theme, the new globalization. So what do you, Mr. Shivkumar?
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and my apologies. I got stuck in a bad traffic jam, and that's why I'm doing this much later than what I should have been doing. Thank you, Subir, for inviting me. That's the reason I'm here. My friend Subir, he gave me adequate notice about a month ago to say, please come and do this session. And thank you for the invite. And I'm absolutely delighted to share with you my thoughts on what I call the new globalization. These are my thoughts. You're free to agree, disagree, have a comment, whatever it is, you're most welcome. Okay, first up, what I would say is that globalization will never go away. Globalization will never go away because natural resources, human capital, financial capital, economic strength, military strength are not distributed equally. As simple as that. Since they're not distributed equally, by definition, you have to partner. By definition, you have to rely on each other. By definition, you'll need each other. Okay, that's my first opening comment. Let me give you simple stats for that. Let's look at the top 10 countries in terms of exports. That's the box to the left-hand side. Let's look at the top 10 countries in terms of imports. That's the box to the right-hand side. Take the top 10 countries on services exports. Take the top 10 countries on services imports. If you take the top 10 countries and add it up, it comes to 50%. 50% of the total, exports is from the top 10 countries. 8 countries are on the common list. A lot of them Europeans, American, and Chinese. Now you look at services, India is on both lists. We are an exporter of services. We are also an importer of services. So point number one is that these 8 countries will need others. Others will need these 8 countries. It's as simple as that. And in services, which is a really big sector, which is opening now, thanks to digital technology, I think India can have a very significant part. I think that's going to be pretty big. So the efforts of the government to say we need manufacturing is absolutely correct. You can see it out there as to why we need manufacturing. So this is a simple point to illustrate. I can give you 20 other data points to simply illustrate that you live in a codependent world. That's all. Next, I want to place before you my views on globalization. I said there is new globalization. My views are based on, I believe there have been 10 event stroke forces which have shaped globalization, some way or the other. Some fun facts and forces and some serious ones. These are the 10 I'm going to give you. First up, globalization started with immigration. When people started moving from one country to the other for whatever set of reasons. So anybody who's been to America will remember Ellis Island and the Statue of Liberty. Today, there are 300 million people on the immigration list anywhere in the world. The global population is 8 billion. So 4% of population is consistently on the move. Immigration. For various sets of reasons. There are a lot of people from Africa, there are a lot of people from various parts of the world moving here or there, either for better opportunities or whatever you want to call it. So there is 4% of people, and that is one part of globalization which you cannot take away. However, what's the challenge with that? The challenge with that is that today's globalization, everybody is very happy to have globalization as long as they don't have job losses. Why did Brexit happen? Why did Make America Great happen, etc.? Because people said, hey, you know, lower prices are fine, but I want to keep my job. That's absolutely critical. Globalization where a country's jobs are being hurt will not be acceptable to that country. Okay. Next, if people do not encourage migration or immigration or whatever you want to call it, then your retirement age has to go up. Because you cannot work with the same force at retirement age 58 or 60 when you're not getting in new people. So you have to perforce raise the retirement age. Next, if you do not allow either, then what happens to the ratio of workers to retirees? Who takes care of retirees? Okay, that ratio is a very important ratio in any economy because savings depends on that. So the new globalization will have to think of all these concepts. Number two, the reason why globalization also happened is global universities. You had universities for 400, 500, 600 years, like the Oxfords, the Cambridge, etc., who educated students in a neoliberal way, in a global thinking way. So today, if I were to look at it for India, I would say India needs to establish global standard educational institutions that benefit foreign students too, not just Indian students. We want to be a big power in the global world. We need to have global educational institutions of hallmark, which students from across the world come and participate and say, hey, you know what? This is a great country. This is a great institute. That's today's globalization for you. Point number three, World War II. Anywhere in the world, if you go after World War II, if you saw Time magazine, Camel cigarettes, Coca-Cola can or bottle, and a Doublemint Wrigley's chewing gum, you can be 100% sure that the Americans were there. 100% sure. Because Coke and chewing gum was standard issue. The Time magazine was actually folded like this, used to be airdropped so that people could pick it and read it. Camel cigarettes were standard issue to the GIs. So wherever you find these four, that's Americanization for you. That was one part of globalization thanks to World War II. What does it mean for India? It means India needs to go up the value chain. Whether it's an Amul which moves up, a Boroline or a Borosil which moves up, or the Asian paints or the Mysore sandal soap. Uniquely Indian. But we have to cater to many more markets tomorrow in order to get there. Point number four, Hollywood has been a huge influence of globalization. All of you have seen Hollywood movies, James Bond from the 1960s, Mission Impossible for the last 20 years, etc. One part of globalization has been led by entertainment. Let's look at where India is placed today. Today, Indian films, thanks to Natu Natu winning the Oscar, thanks to Bollywood's appeal across the world. Amir Khan's movie Dangal actually made 3 times more money in China than in India. If you go to anywhere in Europe, Eastern Europe, everybody will ask you, you know Shah Rukh Khan? If you're an Indian. You go to Egypt, everybody will ask you, do you know Amitabh Bachchan? As if he's your next door neighbor or something. So Indian movies have enormous appeal across the world. This is one part of globalization from India. Next, 1960s is when management concepts went global. 1960s. Drucker was there before that, but a lot of other people, management concepts went global. Today, the Indian management guru rules the roost. Some of the best colleges in the world, like Harvard, etc., the deans are from India. The last 2 deans are from India. Ram Charan is a prolific management guru. C.K. Prahlad, who's here, was one. So the gurudom of management is virtually defined by Indianness right now. Number 6, globalization came into effect in 1973 when the oil, shock happened. The moment oil shock happened, Japanese small cars flooded the world. Japan became a very big force in automobiles compared to where they were in electronics. Huge moment in globalization. America had to wake up to the fact that you needed new quality standards. Deming had to be relearned all over again. And Japan became the 2nd largest economy in the world. Okay, at that point of time. What does this mean for India in today's times? India is home to many auto accessories. Many auto accessories. This can be a huge business for India, especially in the EV space. There's enormous opportunity waiting to happen for India to be part of the globalization bandwagon. Number 7, Ali versus Frazier. Huge sporting event. Huge sporting event. Unheard of till then. In 1974. I'm talking about 50 years ago. It was watched by 1 billion people. It was called the Rumble in the Jungle in Zaire. There were many songs written about it. 1 billion people watched it in 1974. Okay, Ali won, in a close match. Today, 2 billion people watch an India-Pakistan match. This is one part of India's globalization. One part of India's power in a future world will come via cricket. This Cricket World Cup, which is being hosted in India, will generate 13,000 crores plus for India. Okay, that's the size of that market, not small. Very, very big. Point number 8, Live Aid. I'm sure all of you saw this, 1985. When a whole continent was struck, Africa, you had music bands coming together and doing things for free. Who gained? The Queen, ABBA, Mark Knopfler, etc. They all played live, through the day. Absolutely through the day. So today, one part of globalization is when countries are under trouble, when an earthquake happens somewhere, when a tsunami happens somewhere, everybody gets together to help them. That's another form of globalization, some form of philanthropy which works. Number 9, the Gulf War. 1991 was the first time we saw 24/7 news. I, for the first time, saw 24/7 news in 1991. I used to be an area sales manager for Hindustan Liver. I was staying in Dolphin Hotel, Vizag, and I switched it on and said, wow, I could see news 24/7. Okay. Now, think about it. 1991 is when 24/7 coverage started. That's 9 plus 23, 32 years. Okay. You would think that's something with progress. And I'm sure that there are members of the fourth estate here who will also think that things should progress. But what's happened with globalization? Trust in global media has dropped. Trust in global media has dropped. So, if you want, in the early days, people trusted BBC more than anything else. Today, most news corporations are not trusted because everything has gone local. Okay, this is an area, the fourth estate, every single channel across the world needs to seriously think about. Today, we have BBC Verify. Why is BBC Verify there? Because trust is down. So this is something in globalization terms in 32 years has gone backwards. Number 10, the GSM standard. The GSM standard in mobile phones started in 1990, around that time. Today, most of the world is in GSM standard, not CDMA. There's a very important reason why this is so and why it's important for globalization. Because communication and every single thing else on apps is now common across the world, thanks to the GSM standard. Let me give you examples of price of non-standardization in globalization. Left-hand drive versus right-hand drive is non-standardization. All PowerPoint plugs are non-standardization. All phone chargers are non-standardization. So my point is, anybody who is influential here in this audience, push for common global standards if you want globalization. And India must be part of that. A very good example which is happening right now is cloth size. In India today, there is no standard size for women today as I speak to you. No one brand has the same size as the other brand. The Indian government is putting down standards to say this will be the new classification for clothes in India for both men and women. So standardization is a very important element of globalization. If you do not standardize, then you'll do things in your own way and be inefficient and you'll not get the benefits of scale. Today, nationalism is significantly more important than regionalism, which is significantly more important than globalism. All three are important. Every country, every leader accepts that a country needs to do what's right for that country first, and then next, what's right for the region, and then what rights for global. If you look at Asia Pacific as an example, the investment in Asia Pacific by Japan, by India, by South Korea within Asia has gone up significantly in the last 20 years. Significantly. Almost all the metro trains, almost all the trains that you see today are produced in Asia for Asia today. Okay? So nationalism is in everywhere. Let me give you scores on nationalism. My country is the best. People saying my country is the best, nationalism. USA, 41% of employees say my country is the best. India is number 2. 36% of people say India is the best. Look at that list. Up to number 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1/4 of the country's population says my country is the best. One of the reasons for this is social media, mobile phones. One of the reasons. There's so much news out there, and almost all search, 96% of all search is local. It's not global. It's local, deeply local. In Raebareli, when we did studies, they wanted to know who was the MP, who was the MLA in 1950. They were not interested in anything else. Local news dominates. So that's why nationalism scores not surprising. And nationalism over the last 3 years has gone up more than gone down. Second, soft power is very important. If you look at the countries with the highest soft power today, in 2023, this is a 2023 index, America is 1 at about 75 score, UK 2 at 67, Germany 66, Japan 65, China 65, France 62, Canada 61, Italy 56, UAE 55. India is number 28 at 47. India has always had a lot of soft power, but we need to translate it into a better score. Yoga has been a soft power for us. Management education has been a soft power for us. Management gurus have been a soft power for us. Okay. Films have been a soft power for us. Music has been a soft power for us. Cricket has been a soft power. We need to use it. The Harvard professor Joseph MEA was the one who coined the concept of soft power. India for years had soft power, but did not have hard power. Today, economically, we have hard power. We're a $3.5 trillion economy. As we move up on the soft power, that is a combination which will be difficult to beat. So that's an area, again, the new globalization demands soft power. Let's look at passport strength. And I'll talk about CBI, which is not the CBI that you're thinking. Okay. Passport strength. Which country's passport is accepted in other countries without advance notice? Like you can arrive and have visa on arrival. As an example, you don't need to tell them. Singapore is number 1 at 192, Germany at 190. This is also part of soft power. Japan at 189, USA at 184, China is number 64 at 80, India is number 83 at 57. There are 210 countries in the world roughly, give or take, okay? So we are free to travel to about 1/4 of the countries. That's our soft power today at a level. Passport strength has to go up. CBI is citizenship by investment. Okay, this is something that most countries are now opening up. Turkey is the leader in this. Citizenship by investment. Okay, where everybody says, you invest in this country and we'll give you citizenship or residentship or whatever it is. Okay, that's a new form of globalization which we see. And a lot of Indians are actually taking that in the UAE and other places. Unfortunately for globalization, one of the downsides of globalization of the last 30 years, faith in global institutions is dropping. You cannot have globalization if faith in institutions and faith in rules of institutions does not come through. So it's very important for all the big countries to sit down together and say, how do we strengthen governance of the big institutions like the United Nations? United Nations is at the forefront and a better example. Most other institutions like IMF, World Bank, etc. are lower on scores, believe it or not today, globally. So, what is the new globalization about? And this is my last chart, and I'll finish in exactly 20 minutes. 1, national interests matter. That is a new theme. National interests matter. Nobody is shy of expressing national interests. Number 2, you need regional cooperation, you need regional alliances. You need the ASEAN, you need the other stuff. Okay? Regional cooperation and alliances matter. Number 3, digital power today is with citizens. It's not with government, it's not with editors, it's not with regulators, it's with citizens. Number 4, soft power matters. Soft power is a combination of all the things you do to make the country more amenable, more attractive to people. And finally, in the new globalization, we see activist consumers, we see activist investors. For example, take somebody like Greta Thunberg. She's a 17, 18-year-old girl. See what she's achieved in the area of climate by holding to account many senior leaders. She is an activist in that sense. You will see many more activists in a global world simply because the GSM standard and the apps allow for that global broadcasting. It's no longer controlled by a bunch of few people. Okay. So that's all I have to say, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for your time and attention. It was wonderful to put this together for you.
Thank you, Mr. Shiva Kumar. It's a kind of a fresh air for us. We are hearing for globalization over and over again, the same words spoken in different ways. But the way you spoke, like how do you view the national interest, the regional cooperation, and the way you talked about immigration, global universities, global brand, I think I am thankful to you. Got a new way of thinking about globalization, and all of us benefited. I'm quite sure about that. Well, Mr. Shivakumar, I guess you have to leave for your flight, and I request our President, Mr. Chakrabarti, to present a memento to Mr. Shivakumar before he leaves. Well, let's move on, and now we have I invite Mr. Sanjeev Sanyal, who has just arrived, to the stage, please. Well, let us carry on, and well, now, before I move on to the next speaker, we have one more thing to do. We will release a new journal which will be launched, and this is on Tax Pleading and Practice Journal. And Tax Pleading and Practice Journal is envisioned to be the first of its kind monthly journal brought out by the editorial board and the advisory board from all corners of India, with the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry as trade and industry partner. It covers GST, income tax, global minimum tax, international taxation, customs and DGFT, FEMA and other commercial laws. The journal will endeavor to help bring positive policy changes in the field of taxation, which will be beneficial for understanding the nuances of this field and will create a pool of resource for ready reference. I now invite Mr. Vivek Jalan, who is instrumental behind the planning and launching of this journal, to the stage for the launch of this first issue, I guess, of this Tax Pleading and Practice Journal. Please. And our chairman, President, will you read it? Yeah, that's all. Yeah.
Mr. Vivek Jalan is also a co-chairperson of our Economic Affairs Committee. So we now formally launch this journal. Thank you. So please carry forward the proceedings.
All good wish for this journal on my behalf. Well, our next speaker is our very own Mr. C.S. Ghosh, who was past president of this Bengal Chamber of Commerce too, MD and CEO of Bandhan Bank Limited. He will talk on India's leaps towards 5 trillion economy, challenges and opportunities. We are all waiting to hear from you, Mr. Ghosh.
Good afternoon to all. Thank you, BCC&I, to give this opportunity to talk in front of very highly galaxy of the speaker in here. And in front of Sri Sanjeev Channel, I will like to speak about it. It's very tough for me, but I'll give my some of the point which may be like to very publicly people know. But some point will be like to mention what banking industry of India are doing good for this the $5 trillion economy. India today is a fifth largest economy in the world, and we know that it has been grown from 11th largest economy the last decade. We have been tried and reached in here. Most global agencies, including IMF, World Bank, has predicted the Indian economy to be one of the fastest growing economy in the world for the country current fiscal year. The Indian government has implemented a series of economic reforms over the past few years to attract foreign investment, improve infrastructures, and promote entrepreneurship. These reforms have led to an increase in foreign investment and improved economic growth. India was recently included in the JP Morgan Emerging Market Debt Index, which will have a far-reaching impact in terms of our FII inflows of about $22 billion to $30 billion in our country. This will not only bring down the country's cost of borrowing, but also support our countries and help improve sovereign rating. The trillion economy comprises measures like focusing on inclusive growth, promoting the digital economy, fintech, technology-enabled development, energy transitions, and climate action. Reforms like the goods and service tax, like the GST, IBC, a significant reduction in the corporate tax rate, the Make in India and Startup India strategies, and production-linked incentive scheme, among others, will help reach the destination. India's capital expenditure has risen from 32% to 34% 22-23. The authorities promote export-oriented sectors such as manufacturing, services, and agriculture by providing incentives, subsidies, tax breaks, and infrastructure support. The government efforts to pursue trade agreement with strategic partners can potentially further propel the nation towards the 5 trillion target. However, inflations continue to remain a major challenge of our country. Comparatively to the world other countries, we are in a better position in inflation. The recent number shows that there is some moderation from the recent highs, but we need to see the sustainability below this level. Most international agencies expect that with the monsoon and action taken by various authorities, we'll see decent moderation in inflation levels. However, the global situation, including oil prices, continues to pose big challenges for all of us back to home. One of the strengths that India currently has is that the corporate balance sheet are quite heavy and the leverage is very low. Healthy balance sheet of banks and corporate are engendering a new credit and investment cycle, strong revenue growth, higher profits, and lowered leverage are helping corporate to improve their bottom lines. Today, we can say the financial system in the nerve of all our economy actively of the country. The global financial system has been impacted by significant strains since early March 23 from the banking turmoil in the US and Europe, which we know all. With problems being seen in the international banks like Silicon Valley banks, Credit Suisse, among others. However, the financial sector in India has been stable and resilient. As reflected in sustained growth in banking credit, low level of non-performing asset and adequate capital and liquidity buffers. The banking sector should strengthen the financial sector by resolving the problem of non-performing assets, which is called the NPA, recapitalizing the public sector banks, improving governance and regulations, and encouraging the financial inclusion and innovations. Gross and net NPA, we know about it. It has come down in March 2023, 3.9% in gross, and net NPA has come down 1%, which is very much comfortable to the banking industry. Indian banks are well capitalized as well. From an average of 12% capitalized, we called it the capital adequacy ratio in 2012, 13% in 2018, but today it has come to this 17%. Our country's foreign exchange reserve have risen from slightly above 400 billion US dollar in 2018, which is now has come 600 billion US dollar. This is a very recent number. In 2022-23, the total digital payments recorded growth 57.8% and 19.2% in volume. If we see that the which was in the last year 63.8% and 23.1%. UPI India's contactless digital framework crossed a 10 billion monthly transaction in the month of August 2023. Some of the steps authorities and the industry need to look for further improvement in the overall scenarios also need to be looked upon. India needs to work on boosting consumption and investment demand. We can look and diversifying the bond market, the insurance market, and the pension market, which can provide long-term finance for infrastructure and social security for the elderly. One needs to look at the ease of doing business for corporates, which can bring future capex to our country. The major boost to the growth in the economy will come from rural and semi-urban India. Policies and programs need to be designed to enable these geographies to become self-sustaining and the growing. It's also helped our country to employment generation. Policies and efforts from various quarters need to help in bringing in income polarization in the country. In conclusion, the growth of India is necessary for the world to show stable growth. We are well on our path to becoming a $5 trillion US dollar economy. One needs to look at inclusive growth to achieve a 5 trillion economy. Thank you to all of you. Give this chance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. Your words are very important because you are one of the most successful bankers in this region. So we are quite sure that $5 trillion economy with whatever you said, price stability, a better corporate balance sheet, reduction of NPA through recapitalization, everything is important. Diversification of insurance, pension markets, very important for social security. And boosting up the rural and semi-urban sector is another very important thing for the Indian economy, sustainability, demand side boosting for the $5 trillion economy. Now I have the privilege to invite Mr. Sanjeev Sanyal, the Member Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister. He already spoke yesterday and we were so very happy to listen to him. Yesterday was a wonderful speech. Today also we look forward to one more addition to that, what he said yesterday. So over to you, Mr. Sanyal, on the commemorative address for the Conclave and AGM for this BCC&I.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you to Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry for inviting me back to do the commemorative lecture. Yesterday, I spoke about the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, but I'm going to change track quite dramatically and talk today about urban renewal and specifically about the Hooghly River Corridor. Now, urban renewal is a major issue across India. And given the fact that it took me 1.5 hours to come from Oberoi to BBD Bagh, and then I walked the last 1 kilometer, it tells you that this is something that needs to be done quite urgently, not just in this city, but across India. I mean, being stuck in similar traffic jams in Bangalore and many other places. So this is obviously something that we need to pay attention to. So today what I'm going to talk about is something more specific to this city, which is about the Hooghly River Corridor, as I mentioned. Now, the Hooghly River is obviously, in some ways, the most visible and obvious geographical feature of Kolkata city. It has enormous historical, economic, and cultural value. But unfortunately, over the last half a century or so, the city has essentially turned its back to this riverfront. And this riverfront has essentially now become a tangle of derelict warehouses and, encroachments and buildings that are in very dilapidated condition. And essentially the city barely interacts with it. I mean, if, you can occasionally, there are some stretches where you can go for a walk maybe, but by and large, it's not in very, very good condition. So what I'm going to talk about is how we can redeploy this asset of the city and make it into something quite valuable from every perspective, heritage conservation to creating new modern urban landscapes for cities, for living, for working, for living, for having fun. But before I go forward, let me make it adequately clear that this is a concept. It's an urban renewal concept. It is not some government approved plan. So this is really, the idea here is to get a conversation, a public debate going about what I think is a very important part of bringing back Kolkata as a economic, social and cultural engine. So let me tell you what I'm going to talk about very briefly, an overview. This is about an area along the river from Bagh Bajar to Babu Ghat. Some of you will be familiar with bits of it. This is a 5.5 kilometer stretch. And while I will not talk about it specifically, across the river also there are similar areas like, for example, the Salt Gola. Now, just so that you know, if you start from the extreme left, There's Mayer Pot, Bagh Bajar. And then you can go through Kumartuli, Neemtola, Jagannath Ghat. Just behind, just where the Howrah Bridge is, the old Howrah Bridge, there is the Silver Mint. There's the flower market, supposed to be Asia's largest flower market. And then there's Armenian Ghat, Millennium Park, and finally Babu Ghat. And across the river, there is Howrah Station. And there is another derelict landscape called the Salt Gola. Now, I'm not going to talk about the other side of the river, but I will take you for a walk along this. By the way, let me thank the team from CALM. As I said, this has been done by CALM Consultants and by Bengal Chambers, who helped me put this together so that you know, and also inputs from INTAC. So you're aware that this is not just me, but a team effort by several people. Some of you are in the audience. Okay, so this is the landscape I'm going to talk about and give you a flavor how it can be completely re-engineered. So this is the precinct. This is a stylized version of it. And the point I'm making is that this is about creating an ecosystem along a stretch, much of which is, by the way, walkable, because there is in bad shape, but there is actually a corridor which is walkable through this 5.5 kilometer stretch. And there we can create spaces for institutional activity, food courts, hotels, religious tourism. There is a crematoriums along the way. There is places where there is a flower market, akhadas where sports and wrestling still continues. There's some very nice heritage buildings, but there are also derelict warehouses that can frankly be torn down, and new buildings can be built. And there, as I said, there's spaces for restaurants, adventure, and all the way through to the Armenian Ghat. So here is one of the precincts as it looks today. This is Armenian Ghat. As you can see, the Howrah Bridge is not far away. And you can see these derelict warehouses that are there today. Let me tell you that I have gone and inspected them personally. They're in very, very bad condition, and frankly, there's no point in trying to preserve, or then they just need to be torn down. So an important point I want to make is that those who very often want to do heritage restoration then try to do a whole hog restoration. This is a bad idea. You need to restore the bits that are restorable and are worth restorable, but tearing down the bits that are clearly derelict is an important part of renewal. You have to do that, because that is the only way you can bring back the riverfront and deploy it for the 21st century. And this is what Armenian Ghat looks like today. And you can see those derelict warehouses. And this is what I think we could build it into. So here there is right in front of you a multi-use complex. And you can see we have tried to create a uniform architecture for all of this, using the Bengal curved roof, the Chala roof, as a feature throughout the presentation. You will see trying to create some sort of a unity which is both modern and at the same time maintains the cultural look of the place. And you can see there is the Armenian jetty terminal, which should be upgraded. At the back there is Chote Lal's Ghat, which I'll come to a little later. But in front, the building that you see, it can be used for all kinds of things. There can be offices in it. At the back, there is space for creating modern buildings, residential, and very important, you shouldn't be attempting to do zoning. Zoning is an artifact of 1940s, 1950s thinking. It is utterly outdated. And, these Le Corbusier kind of thinking should not be brought into 21st century. We need to create mixed use and mix and match all kinds of things. And along that, you can see a part of the pedestrian link that will go through from Armenian Ghat complex. But this is a path that can go through the entire 5.5 kilometer stretch. Next, let me show you. This is another stretch. This is the stretch from Mollik Ghat, Goenka Ghat, and you can see there are some very nice old buildings. Then there is a part in the middle which is hidden by trees, but behind that actually there is a flower market. It's supposedly Asia's largest flower market, and you can see from the inset photograph what a bad condition it is in. And then there is Chote Lal Ghat, which has got a lovely old building. By the way, it is an old akhada. And there's still wrestling and other things taught. And this is a very important part again of the activities that happen along the river. And there is these old akhadas there, and they should be preserved and looked after. So this is what it looks like today. And this is what I think we can make it look like. You can see the restoration of the Mallik Ghat and the Goenka Ghat. There are lovely old buildings. We can clean them up. Not a very expensive thing to do. And on the right, you have the Chote Lal Ghat, which is again can be brought back. You can revive the akhada. It still exists, but we can upgrade them and really make it world class. As you can see, there is a dome at the back. It's not clearly visible, unfortunately. The top floor of the Chote Lal Ghat thing is, I believe, a newer addition and can be probably torn down so that the dome can be brought out more clearly. And then there is the flower market. We can use that land to create a flower market below, which is modern and clean. And above it, we can quite easily have modern office complex. There's also land at the back, which we can convert into these taller office complexes, or if you prefer residential, or in fact, mix them together. But you get a flavor of what a new look would be with including the new architecture that I'm proposing using the curved Bengal roof. Another place, Jagannath Ghat. Now, Jagannath Ghat was the point of departure for devotees going to the Jagannath temple in Puri. And in 1780, there was a structure which somewhat resembled the Jagannath Puri temple that was there. The changing course of the Hooghly destroyed the original Ghat. So there is now a newer Ghat with some European cast iron lacework built in the 19th century. There's also a particularly ugly go down there called the Loha go down, which is also in fairly bad condition, as you can see. And on the left, there is Boro Bajar. That also sort of juts out over here. Now this, again, here is the concept of what we can turn this to look at. You can see you can create deck ramps down towards Neemtola Ghat precinct on the other side, nicely cleaned up. And then you use the central, the Jagannath Ghat, you can rebuild the old spired construction that is there in old photographs, by the way. And you can reuse and preserve the 19th century cast iron colonnade if you wish. And then you can have a commercial complex there as well. You can have a deck level connection through to the Howrah footbridge. And below there, we can create all kinds of new activities. You can have restaurants and stuff which can be created using the riverfront as a backdrop. Not something that is unusual. Almost everywhere in the world, the riverfront is used for this. We should also do so. And you can see it looks completely different. So that you get a sense of how big the change is, I want to show you how they look. This to this, and then this to this, and then this to this. So I'm just showing you what a difference it would make. Now we move on to Neemtola Ghat. This is actually the largest crematorium in India. And this whole area was originally built by Rani Rashmani. And it has very notable funerals that were held here in the past. Rani Rashmani herself, Vidyashagar, Rabindranath Thakur, etc. And there are some memorials there to them. You can see the Tagore Memorial on the left. There's the Neemtola Ghat of the original one constructed by Rani Rashmani. And then there is this particularly ugly electric crematorium built to look sort of like a 1950s industrial complex. Even modern factories don't look this ugly. And look, all of us are going to end up there, and we might as well make it look good. And so here is what we could make it look like. Preserve the Tagore Memorial and the existing Ghat buildings. Bring out a boat jetty, landscape the deck, and then the crematorium can be quite, dramatically done over again with the chala roof, etc., so that it looks like it is a place of some sort of sacredness, which is important to do for places like this. As I said, This is not a hugely expensive proposition. And much of it is really cleaning up and building and sort of putting some slightly better structures in there. The crematorium itself will at some point have to be upgraded. So, you know, we might as well do it in an aesthetic way. Now moving on, this is Kumartuli. Now this is from where, as many of you will be aware, the clay is taken to build make the idols, the clay idols. Durga Puja, we'll soon be celebrating Durga Puja. So all the idols that are made from clay are usually taken from somewhere there, and in fact, the idol makers are just behind this facade that you are seeing. There is a nice old building there also called Chaptala Ghat. So this is what it looks like today, and there are some inset photographs of what it looks behind where the artisans' colony is. And again, an example of how we can redo it and reimagine it. You can see we can create a riverfront place photography point. We can create an artisans' experience center. I think there's a case for creating a nice sculpture of with a head of a Devi built in the style of the clay artisans. And then, of course, Chaptala Ghat itself can be cleaned up and kept nicely. I think it would be a great way to celebrate the artisans who build these beautiful clay idols, which all of us worship and cherish. And of course, it would clean up the place as well. So again, not a very difficult thing to do. This is what it looks like. This is what it could be made to look like. Let's carry on. This is Ganga Aarti Ghat. Again, there are a whole bunch of old buildings here. There's the Bagh Bazaar station that you can sort of see. Then there's the level crossing. There's the Loknath Mandir, which is an old temple, but as you can see, again, a 1960s construction of some sort. There's the Shiv Ghat. And then there is the Bhagwat Sabha, again, a 1960s construction. There must have been an older building there, I'm told. And then there are a whole bunch of encroachments, and then that heads towards Bagh Bazaar jetty. So this is what it looks like today. There's a Ganga Aarti that is performed there by the Ramakrishna Mission at Roshik Niyogi Ghat. And this is what it can be made to look like. Not very difficult to do. You can create a Kalpataru waterfront promenade. You can have a Bagh Bazaar railway station can be upgraded. The level crossing can have a nice gateway in the Chala style. The facade of the Loknath Mandir can be painted and then can even give in a nice little bit of a spire in the Dakshineshwar style. And then you have the facade upliftment of the Bhagwat Sabha as well, again done in the same, painted in the same style, and also given a spire. And then there is space on the right where all the encroachments are. You can create food kiosks, retail, restrooms, and so on to make it look more aesthetically appealing, where people can come and spend time watching the river. And of course, the Ganga Aarti Ghat can also be cleaned up so that more tourists and other visitors can visit it in the evening. Again, let me show you what it looks like. And this is what it can be made to look like. Carrying on, this is Mayar Ghat. This is actually a very historically important ghat because Ramakrishna Paramahansa, after he passed away, his relics, his asthi, was kept in a room in the old temple at the old temple in Belur Math. And Ma Sharoda would take a ferry to Belur Math every day to pray there and return to Mayarbadi and serve bhog to the disciples. So this is the ghat from which she would usually set off. As you can see, there is some classical style buildings there, and there is an idol of Ma Sharoda there. Sadly, it is caged in almost as if she's a prisoner there. And behind that, there is a KOPT shed, which is somehow been particularly ugly structure. And then there is a ghat structure, a neoclassical style here, and then there are some trees, etc. on the right. And this is what it can be converted to look like. The trees on the right can be converted into a Kalpataru park. We can have some hotel, restaurant, food court, some institutional area on the left. And we can liberate Ma Sharoda from the Bondi Jivon. And then we can have an open air Ma Sharoda museum, and there is space for doing innovative activities there. We can even have another Ganga Aarti here, and then landscape the space in front. This is the raw water pumping station. There is also another KOPT warehouse there in extremely bad condition, which should be, in my view, torn down. It's probably a health hazard. And this again, as I said, this can be converted into a Ganga viewpoint with the greatest of ease. As you can see, you can create a viewpoint. You can have the old KOPT warehouses can be torn down, and you can have this hotel, food court, institutional area, and so on. And that waterfront promenade, which runs through the whole thing, can carry on right across. So I've given you some flavor of this. I want to now go right to the beginning again, so that you can get a flavor of the dramatic changes that can be made with very little imagination, actually. I'll go right to the beginning and then go right through. Armenian Ghat, what it looks like, this is what we can make it look like. This is what the flower market area and Chote Lal Ghat, Goenka Ghat look like. This is what we can do like. And many of the activities that are happening there today are not being displaced. They're in fact being encouraged and allowed to continue, like the akhada and so on. So we're not trying to displace them. We want people, devotees to come and take a dip in the river, but we want it to be a clean place. Same thing here, Jagannath Ghat, bring back the old ethos, bring back the old structure, for example, rebuild it if necessary, get rid of these old go-downs, which are of no aesthetic or architectural value, and then bring in these commercial complexes. You've got to create commercial activity, create jobs. And then Neemtala Ghat, same thing, crematorium. As I said, we all use these facilities. We need to make them aesthetic and something we would like to use. Here are what it looks like. Kumartuli. So what I've done is that we have provided you a sort of a design journey, and let me again thank CAM Consultants and Bengal Chamber for helping put this together. We had gone for long walks along this path to try and get a sense of it, take photographs of it some months ago. And after many iterations, coming up, as I said, with an architectural style that would fit this precinct and sort of give it some unity, which not just of design, but also harking back to the Bengal Chala roof and sort of maintaining that feel of the place. And the idea here is that we can bring back we can bring this river back into urban life in this city. Not very difficult to do, as I will tell you, because as it turns out, almost all of this stretch that I talked about is actually owned by the government, either by the central government or by the state government. Little bits are owned by private parties, but I'm sure they can be persuaded or even funded by in various ways to upgrade themselves. It is not a very difficult thing to do at all. And importantly, it is commercially viable as well. Because, as I said, much of this redevelopment is about replacing unused warehouses with modern facilities that can be commercially sold off or leased out, and you can create and will also create new economic activity in its own right in terms of offices, malls, restaurants, and even living quarters with a nice view of the river. Every successful country, every successful city in the world uses the river or the sea or other geographical features to create a view. This would be a great way to deploy that. As I said right in the beginning, this attempt here is to try and create a public debate about this issue. This is not a government approved plan in any way, but it is important that we begin to think like this. Because otherwise what is happening is that you have this amazing asset right in the heart of your city, which has, as I said, enormous historical, economic, cultural value, but it is just being allowed to fall apart. And there is no reason why we should do this. The idea here is to get the citizens of Kolkata to begin to thinking about what we can do. I give you an example of how this can be done. We are very open to other ideas of how we can do this. But I see no reason why we shouldn't begin to really push for something like this. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Sanyal. We can hardly wait to see this transformation. We are all with you. And whatever way we can help this transformation is wonderful. It looks so nice. Aesthetically so beautiful. Well, I request Mr. Gautam Roy, who is President Designate of BCC&I and Executive Director, HR and Admin CSC Limited, and President HR Power Group RPSG, to please come to the stage and give the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon to you all. In fact, I was thinking when we, under the leadership of President and Managing Committee, when we thought of this Indo-Pacific Economic Conclave, there were doubts, apprehensions, but with the participation of 11 countries and a very, very fruitful discussion, what has happened for the last 2 days, it was really amazing. And I believe that we have the responsibility to take it forward because it has to be a sustainable effort. And it is more contextual in a situation where India is thriving for the economy, what we all heard today in the morning from the luminaries and the dignitaries who are really leading the country today. We are really grateful to have Sri Rajiv Chandrasekhar, Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, and Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India. He has set the vision and also set the perspective how India is really wanting to grow very fast with a very, very ambitious plan. We convey our sincere thanks to T. Ravi Shankar, Honorable Deputy Governor, Reserve Bank of India, Sri Ajoy Sheth, Secretary, Department of Economic Affairs, Ministry of Finance, Government of India, Dr. V. Ananta Nageshwaran, Chief Economic Advisor, Government of India. They all really add value to the process and really explain that how things are happening and where the thrust should be. Sri Sunit Mehta, Deputy Chief of Mission, and Sri Mayank Joshi, they have joined from Canberra and Tokyo. We convey our thanks to them. Sri Rajiv Kumar, IPS Principal Secretary, Department of IT and Electronics, Government of West Bengal, brought a completely new thought based on the ground realities. And we have to also listen to that exactly what is the feedback from the ground. So we are thankful to him. We are thankful to Sri C.S. Ghosh, who is the past president and really highlighted the salient points, what is required today in his view. Shiv Kumar is a great person and we were fortunate to have him with us. And on the globalization, he has really highlighted some of the thoughts which necessarily requires to have a churning and a self-retrospection. And of course, our friend, philosopher and guide, Sri Sanjeev Sanyal, you have made, it's not a presentation, I would say, only on the renewal of the riverfront. It's something which I was listening to from the audience. it speaks for a transformation journey. Transformation, what is required for. And also, I would be failing in my duty if I do not convey our sincere thanks to Professor Ojitabo Rai Choudhury, who has really moderated the session quite well. So, thank you, sir. With this, I would request President Mr. Shubir Chakraborty to, as our honor of appreciation, to hand over a token to Mr. Sanjeev Sanyal. Mr. Chakraborty, I would request you to do the honor for Mr. C.S. Ghosh. So thank you all. We have a next session is there, and we are starting it immediately.
So can we request for a group photograph, please? Yeah, thank you. While the photograph is taken, I would immediately call over the next session panelists. The next session is on a discussion on India leads the 3 pillars of success: agriculture, manufacturing and services. We have with us Mr. Vijay Deshwal, Chief Strategy Officer and Head of Investor Relations, Aditya Birla Capital Limited. Mr. Manish Kumar Agarwal, Chief Financial Officer, Indorama India Private Limited. Mr. Simarpreet Singh, Director, JIS Group Educational Initiatives. Mr. UK Bhattacharya, Director, Projects, NTPC Limited. And Mr. Abhijit Banerjee, Managing Director, Linde India Limited. Professor Roy Choudhury, I would request sir once again to also come up on the dais, and panelists also to come up on the dais, please. We would start the session immediately now. Mr. Deshwal, Mr. Manish Agarwal, Mr. Simarpreet Singh, Mr. UK Bhattacharya and Mr. Abhijit Banerjee, if I can request to kindly come up on the dais, please. Quickly doing the changeover, we'll... So you can take the session forward. Yeah, thanks.
Request attention of all of you again, and I'm back with the last session of this conclave, last but not the least, as we say. It's experts roundtable on a discussion on India leads 3 pillars of success: agriculture, manufacturing and services. And we have a galaxy of speakers here, all very competent in their own fields in these 3 sectors we just mentioned. And I just call according to the order which have been given here. So I'll start with Mr. Vijay Deshwal, Chief Strategy Officer and Head of Investor Relations, Aditya Birla Capital Limited. Mr. Deshwal, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I think after a lot of insightful sessions from some of the esteemed speakers through the last 2 days, I'm sure that you will still have some energy left. We were not sure that what will be the sort of plan for this discussion. We were told that we'll go through a panel, but however, I think as requested by Mr. Chaudhary, I'll give my bits on how do I really see. I have lived my entire professional life in the services industry and seen it very, very closely, both for financial and non-financial services. So I'll try to give a perspective of how we have seen the services industry evolve over the last 2 to 3 decades, and where do we see it going forward. So I think we made a very modest beginning at in 1989 with the software technology parks of India being established, and we started working as a global outsourcing hub. And from there, in the last 20-25 years, we've seen that we are now housed to close to about 1,500 global capability centers in India, employing close to 15 lakh very talented workforce. Yeah, sure. Yes. So about 15 lakh very talented workforce and generating a revenue of close to about $50 billion. Services as such, if you look at, is a export contributor close to about $300 billion. The large part of heavy lifting, if we see in this industry, has been done by IT, ITES and financial services. However, there are other constituents of services which are healthcare, education, etc., which can still be at the forefront and where we see a large opportunity coming through. Thank you, Mr. Chaudhary, for the time being, and then maybe as the session progresses, we'll take the questions.
No, I'll just check. Well, what we think we will do, we'll give initially 5 minutes to each speaker, and they will give their opinions, and then we will have a discussion session where they will come back with their additional points of view. I now invite Mr. Manish Kumar Agarwal, Chief Financial Officer, Indorama India Private Limited. Mr. Agarwal, please have your opinion. 5 minutes initial, then
Yeah, hi, good afternoon all. So now really I can see the hunger inside the people. It's lunchtime, so we will not take much of your times. So as the session today is on the 3 pillars of success for Indian economy: agri, manufacturing and service. I am from the agri side. Indorama India is in the manufacturing of fertilizers, both urea and PNK fertilizers, which are so essential for the soil fertility and increase in the productivity of agricultural produce. So India has come a long way since independence on the agricultural front in terms of development, productivity, and this rapid advancement in the technology is also helping Indian industry. But still India faces a lot of challenges in its agri sector and the contribution of agri economy. So some of the key challenges I would like to just put in front of this audience, where despite all the efforts, although we have come a long way, but still it's a long journey to travel. So some of the concern areas for the farming sector in India are small land holding size, because average farmer in India still have a less than 2 acres of land. So which makes it very difficult for him to deploy any kind of a modern machinery to generate and improve the yield, which is a big cause of concern. Second is your outdated farming practices. A lot of Indian farmers are still using conventional and outdated farming practices, which ultimately leads to lower productivity. So that's another area of concern. And the next is water scarcity and irrigation, because still predominantly Indian agriculture depends on rain, so which makes it vulnerable to drought and in correct rain-fed areas. So where again, because of no irrigation facilities and water management, it causes again a loss of crops and the difficulty in production. Next important is the soil degradation and land erosion, because in India still we are using old and primitive land using farming practices, which ultimately leads to unequal and a higher consumption of chemical fertilizer and pesticides, which in effect affects the soil fertility. And then also there is a lack of access to credit information, market volatility and price, which also again is a cause of concern. High price volatility, like the tomato price, which has gone to 200 rupees, has come down to 5 rupees. So again, all this price volatility, and farmer has no choice post harvest, and they have to accept whatever they get. Another important challenge in front of the farmer is the climate change, as all of us know. Limited access to technology because of the small farm size, and lack of farmer empowerment, which is the last and the most important, because farmers in India still didn't have voice and the representative in the policy making front, or whatever representation has been made is not reaching to the last mile. So these are some of the challenges which, although a lot of efforts has been gone from the government side, which initiative has been taken, like Pradhan Mantri Kishan Samriddhi Kalyan, Fasal Bima Yojana, then you have Kishan Credit Card, Soil Health Card. But still, when all said and done, we have a still long way to go. And the good thing is that both from the government side and the private sector side, a lot of efforts has gone during last, I will say particularly 10-12 years. And hopefully the results will be good for the farming community. And also we see a lot of potential for the private business companies who are in the agri sector. Will have a lot of, it's a good journey where both of them can work, and ultimately the country will benefit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Agarwal. Important points, and we'll come back again, maybe with some comments on this. Now, I invite Mr. Simranpreet Singh, Director of GIS Group Educational Initiatives. I'm quite sure you will speak on education and its services, right? And the importance. What do you?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me here. So our group is in the service sector primarily. We are into education, telecom, logistics, and warehousing. So primarily it's a B2C community services sector. And I'm going to speak about the education sector as a whole. Taking a cue from a previous session where they mentioned about India becoming a soft power. So if you notice a country like USA, UK, Singapore, why are they the countries of the world? Why are the top countries? Because their focus on education is much greater than the other countries. In India, still only 3% of GDP is spent on education, which is very conservative as of all the world top economies. And within this 3%, very less percentage goes to higher education, and even less goes to research and development, which is the cornerstone of the entire world economy. Countries which do well are the countries which have innovative. They spend on research and development, and we India are far behind the other countries in terms of this. And there are a lot of challenges also in the education sector, which is coming because of COVID. The digital literacy rate, the inequality between the rural and urban areas increased after COVID. This is the challenge which the government needs to address at the earliest. And I was fortunate enough to be in Delhi and Calcutta yesterday with both the central government and the state government. And both the governments, whatever the differences in ideologies are, but the focus is very clear. They are focusing on education. They're focusing on tech in education, which I think will be a great enabler in terms of our developing country. Because if we have to compete with Harvard, the Stanford of the world, we can't compete just by day one. But if we use technology, and technology is such a great living field where any part of the country it can be used, and we can scale up the mass scale of education that we want us to achieve. Even the government of West Bengal mentioning yesterday that they are trying to make cluster in the Bengal wherever the teachers are available in one part, they can by video conferencing or live lecture can give it to other parts of the state. In this matter, the vacancy that is there can be addressed in a short term. And apart from that, I'm very happy that the CBSE has started financial literacy in schools, because as the country is growing, as the economy is growing, the importance of finance has to be taught, which is not been taught as of now. Because how we utilize the money is very important, and if we start teaching them in the early age, it will help how the country evolves in the future. Apart from that, one great change that we're seeing is STEM education and entrepreneurship education. Because as startups are increasing, our students are increasing in startups, and a lot of funding is happening because people don't know how to do startup. I'm very happy the government of India, because both are at the state and central level, are focusing on this startup space. And one of the interesting things that's happening in education is that education was the last sector to adopt technology. Other sector like banking, even agri for a second has adopted technology much faster pace than what education did. But if education is slowly integrating technology, because teacher was a little scared of principal were taking adoption ChatGPT or any other AI tools. But as and when the awareness is increasing and AI tools are getting integrated in a syllabus in a daily life, I'm sure education will take a leap forward from now, and it will help in the future. With this, I want to just thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. I'm quite sure we'll come back to you with some probing questions later on. Now I invite Mr. Ujjwal Kanti Bhattacharya, Director Projects, NTPC Limited, and I guess you will talk on the power sector.
Thank you, Mr. Chaudhary, and good afternoon to the dignitaries on and off the dais. It's difficult to stand between you and the lunch, but the days are like that. I came late because of the huge jam, and I think the program is also a bit delayed because of many reasons. Mr. Amitav asked, I am probably from power sector. Yes. So I was trying to fit myself which sector I am in. Discussion on India leads 3 pillars of success: agriculture, manufacturing, and services. Long ago, there was a dispute regarding whether the electricity should be taxable in terms of earlier sales tax and now GST. And the case went all the way to Supreme Court, and the case was settled. It has been declared the electricity is also a goods. So I come from manufacturing sector from that way. But if you see the type of my business, then I come from service sector either. And agriculture, without that we can't live. But I consume, or rather I have started consuming a lot of biomass. So I have a direct umbilical cord now established with the agricultural sector too. So I can stand in front of you and say that I am on all the 3. So I am on a tripod. Now coming to the issue, this India leads. As Indian, we have no doubt that we lead and we have to lead, but the world may or may not accept. So we have our vision set, 5 trillion economy, and more so, our Honorable Prime Minister has declared that this is the Amrit Kal, and by 2047, India will become developed country. The developed country not by the $1 trillion economy, developed country by the per capita income. So if we have to reach there, all the sectors, not only these 3, many more, must fire the cylinders in full blast. We need to have food security, so agriculture must work and improve upon. In fact, yesterday it was a sad day, Mr. Swaminathan passed away, and he was the father figure for the Green Revolution. So while talking of agriculture today, I remembered him. And we must improve the manufacturing. And India has already progressed this much with a 53% of share of its GDP coming from the services already. But the manufacturing has dwindled. And the manufacturing must come up if we need to have a sustainable services, agriculture, manufacturing driven, export-oriented economical growth, which will take us to 2047 of developed country path. If we need to go for manufacturing, the first thing will come, the electricity and the energy intensity. There was a time in the early 2000, if we remember the elasticity, as we all know in the economic terms, of electricity growth versus the GDP growth, it was 1.1 to 1.2. Due to a bit lopsided growth throughout the service sector and less by manufacturing, our GDP has grown, but the elasticity has gone down. And I think the current one is 0.8, 0.85. But the moment we think that we need to go for iPhone 15 to be manufactured in India, whether China likes it or not, there are a lot of bad campaigns they're doing. And the days when we have switched from, the world has switched from ABC from NBC to ABC, then our manufacturing will go up, and with manufacturing, the electricity demand will go up. I'll explain NBC and ABC quickly. The world was thinking that it is NBC situation in the world so far as manufacturing is concerned. There is only one country, which is the factory of the world. So the term coined was NBC, nowhere but China. But with the changes in the geopolitics and also the upsurge of some countries, including Vietnam that Indonesian is coming from, and definitely India that we are, the world has reckoned that supply chain must be diversified. And there should be other countries which will also do the heavy lifting. So India has taken its own cudgel, and now the world is telling that due to problems in China, switch from NBC to ABC, anywhere but China. With our good economic diplomacy, we have also come to the concept of friendshoring. So friendshoring is bringing a lot of manufacturing from China and some other hostile countries to India. And that's the time, and this is the time we must seize the opportunity. If we need to seize the opportunity, we must have more and more energy, not only electricity, energy in general, and electricity in particular. And why electricity is important, you can switch off all the lights and everything here and you'll understand why it is so important. Now, what do we do for electricity and increasing amount of electricity? I was talking to Mr. Roy many times, including yesterday, that our grid and the demand is going up and up. Grid is expanding, demand is also expanding by leapfrogging. And this year we have already touched more than 242 gigawatt demand. And we are bursting at our seams. We have no reserve capacity. That's the bad news. If the demand goes to 250, we had it. So we have to go for rapid ramping up our generation capacity. And while doing that, there is a limit in the generation side. You have to also look at the demand side, where CSC comes in a heavy way. You have to also do the demand side management, go for more efficient use, and reduce the consumption of electricity per unit wise, not in totality. I think with this we can go for the further discussion, and I'll come back to you for other thoughts that I have on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bhattacharya. Very relevant words. Come back to you, I'm quite sure. Last but not least again, Mr. Abhijit Banerjee, Managing Director, Lind India Limited. It's over to you, Mr. Banerjee.
Thank you, Mr. Chaudhary. So I'm from Linde. We deal in industrial gases. So I would sort of talk about all these subjects of relevance to the industrial gas segment. We are basically a B2B model. We are not the movers and shakers of the economy, but we are definitely very key enablers for anyone who wants to grow. To give an analogy, we are not the doctors or the vaccine makers who can cure or prevent COVID, but we are the people who will supply the medical oxygen in the hospitals and the oxygen for making the glass of the vaccine ampules. So our story is basically dependent on our customers, how the challenges that they see will sort of get translated onto us. There was a question that I had to answer was, what do we do to get over the challenges? Well, there are, from an industrial gas perspective, again, we are sort of embedded in every industry, every manufacturing industry. And there are various, let's say, in the short to middle term, we see a lot of industries which should, for an Indian perspective, be growing. Steel, for example, electronics. We just started taking baby steps in semiconductors. That's expected to be a good growth area. Automobile, healthcare. That's another segment that we feel is going to grow. And there's one segment which, unfortunately, India so far has been it's lagging, is food processing. That's another segment that we feel should be growing. And then what should the government do? Over the last some years, we've seen substantial investments coming in on the back of the PLI schemes. And definitely that's one thing that I feel that the government should continue. There will be definitely overall rebounding effect on the economy from that. And I think a very important point, which our President also mentioned, is skilling. We need to ensure that our biggest asset, our population, does not become a big liability to us. That's all from my side. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Banerjee. Well, now I use my discretion. I will have one question for each. So there will be 5 questions to 5 of the speakers. That will be, I think, a very equitable distribution. All of us are talking about equity, and let's finish with equity. So 5 questions. So let's start with, from the last speaker onwards. So any question for Mr. Abhijit Banerjee, who talked about industrial gases, is a facilitator, enabler in that way. Any question for Mr. Banerjee? Anyone? Yes, please.
Mr. Banerjee, your pithy, you spoke to the point and you were very focused, right? I wanted to ask you a question, which is whenever you speak of Linde or talk about Linde, you talk about industrial gases. And within industrial gases, the emphasis is always on oxygen. So that's understandable because of the medical needs and so on and so forth. But as an industrial gases manufacturing business, I'm sure there are a lot of other gases which you can talk about. But why the focus remains only on oxygen, nothing else? The inert gases, argon and so on and so forth, welding needed, all these things. So aren't you sort of including all those in your portfolio?
Yeah, that's a lovely question. Thanks a lot. See, coming to oxygen, the medical oxygen, it's actually a very small component of our entire portfolio, very small, less than 10%. And we do deal with every gas under the sun. Inert gases you mentioned, definitely argon, for example, is a very high value product that we deal in. Helium, krypton, xenon, again, but the rarer the gas is, the more niche let's say the consumer segment is. As far as the other semi-inert gas, nitrogen, which is also very important, but again, the ratio of the use of these gases depends on the economy as such. For example, in India, it's primarily oxygen driven, coming from the steel industry, coming from other segments. Whereas Linde's entities, for example, in Southeast Asia, Malaysia, Thailand, they have a substantial higher amount of nitrogen requirements, CO2 requirements, again, because the type of industry segments that they have in prominence over there is towards that, food processing, for example, which I just mentioned. One reason why our nitrogen and CO2 levels are low is because in India, food processing is just not developed so far. But yeah, we cover every gas under the sun.
Thank you.
So with the rationing, one question for each speaker. So let's go over to Mr. Ujjwal Kanti Bhattacharya, who talked about the electricity and its use in practically all the sectors, manufacturing, agriculture, and also their service segment. So any question for Mr. Bhattacharya? Any of you? Yes, please.
I'm Subhas Agarwala from Mytherl Lawyers. As Mr. Bhattacharya explained, that there's hardly any gap between power generation and consumption. So if consumption increases, we will be stuck up for power supply. In that case, why is it India is exporting power to foreign countries and even that at subsidized rates and losing on Indian industries? India is exporting power to Bangladesh at huge loss on production costs. Damodar Valley Corporation is doing it.
I'll avoid the political part of it, right? Because I was fully involved when it started in 2009, after the new regime came in Bangladesh, which is supposed to be more neutral. We may think that they are slightly more friendly towards India. So one cooperation that we started doing was the electricity and energy sector cooperation. Madam Hasina came, first visit to Delhi, had a discussion with the then Prime Minister, Mr. Manmohan Singh, and we had an MOU. I was witness to that, and everything flowed from that. At that time, there was no electricity connection between these two countries. But at that time, India was not having this kind of approach that we are going to have a lot of shortages. We are rather thinking that we are going to add a lot of power capacities, and maybe we can afford to export. I'll also not take you to the theory of comparative advantage. There is economic theory. So if we go by that comparative theory, you'll understand that certain things I should produce and export to get something else, which I should not or need not produce here. But coming to the direct question of your power demand versus supply and how much Bangladesh is affecting. Right now we are exporting 1160 megawatt to Bangladesh, right? 1000 megawatt from the West Bengal side, 160 megawatt from the Tripura side. There are two connections only. And West Bengal side is back to back, HVDC. At the Tripura side is, they are radially connected with us. That means some part of Bangladesh is dancing with the Indian electricity grid. If we switch off that supply, what happens to Bangladesh, we may not discuss now. There will be huge political crisis, furor and all these things. But then what will happen if Bhutan switches it off? Because we are importing lots of power from Bhutan also. We are right now exporting 1200 megawatts sometimes and sometimes plus minus to Nepal. And we are thinking of importing at least 10 times of that power, hydropower from Nepal in days to come. So if Nepal says, I don't want to give you, will that be a good idea? Sri Lanka is not connected with us today. We are doing the study, in fact, study has been done way back in 2008-9 when we used to work in Sri Lanka. Right now there is an impetus on that, and this time probably it will be real because multinational development banks are now ready to fund it. If we connect with Sri Lanka, the power will flow mostly from India to Sri Lanka because Sri Lankan power is mostly on the oil-fired gas turbine, mostly. They have 1000 megawatt of hydropower also. They cannot export because the power will be very costly. And that is one of the reasons this power line is not taking place, because Sri Lanka is thinking it will be one-sided. But look at the possibility, we are exploring Sri Lanka for possible exploitation of offshore wind. And we have already submitted to government of Sri Lanka. Indranil must be knowing it, he's nodding his head. They have lots of offshore wind potential in the Manna region. We have already submitted to government of Sri Lanka for 500 megawatt capacity of acreage. If that happens, then power will be competitive for backflow to India. So I suggest not only we should think this as a general export-import principle, the electricity is not going one way, it is also coming from other side. And the planners at the apex level, CA, Ministry of Power, and we are also party to that, always take care of the country demand first. So sudden surge in demand which has taken place is unprecedented. And let me admit that nobody in India could think of that there will be such sudden surge of demand post-COVID. So we are caught a bit unaware. But we'll overcome it. For that we need not switch off 1160 megawatt of power from Bangladesh from a grid of 500 megawatt almost, 439 megawatt we have. 1160 megawatt is nothing out of that.
Thank you. Please, I mean, over the lunch, and he has given something, some answer. So it's now, let's ask something to Mr. Simarpreet Singh. He talked about basically education and technology, the two combined. So any question to Mr. Singh, please?
Hello. Actually, I was listening from the morning. One thing came into my mind that...
Is it addressed to Mr. Singh?
Yeah, it's
specifically
about education.
Yes.
It's about education completely. We think about the last mile Shauchalaya, but we do not think of the last mile Vidyalaya. In all from Khosla committee, Khosla this report in 1962 to the NEP, nowhere it is addressed of the infrastructure, Vidyalaya infrastructure to the last point. And how can we go to have a good economy of the $3 trillion? We do not have, in the villages, the girl cannot travel 20 kilometers to go to this high school. They are given.
You're basically talking about some kind of a educational
infrastructure. Infrastructure is not in all the policies and contents that we discussed.
It's part of the special thing that how it can be planned in such a way that
it's not addressed at all. It is not addressed
at all. I understand what you said. Essentially, you are asking for that. Yes, sir.
I think he has a valid point. I think it's a valid point. There is a lot of digital divide in India happening in the education space. The rural areas are far behind than the urban areas. But the first thing that we have to address the problem that we have to accept there is an issue. And I think both the government, the center and the state has accepted that there is a problem at the rural area. A lot of the new policies are addressed to reduce the gap between the urban and rural area. We take scholarship. There's no scholarship available for rural areas, rural students, so that, more especially for women students. And state education policy or the national education policy focuses on.
Can you say something on the infrastructure? He is talking about the infrastructure. There is some misplanning or not adequate planning.
Planned a lot of MOOCs, a lot of massive online open courses, a lot of virtual labs and online digital labs, wherein students from any part of the country with minimum infrastructure, minimum mobile internet can access the same as the rural Indian cities, metro cities. This is one of the areas that government is trying.
No, what you said is okay, but again there is a problem of connectivity, problem of internet access. So there are problems all around. You can go from physical to open mode, virtual mode, the problem remains. So what he's asking is there is a comprehensive planning so that the last mile, in fact, you get something near your.
This is a bigger problem in hand that the government has to take care of. This is something beyond my area of specialization.
Okay. All right. Let's go over to now Mr. Manish Kumar Agarwal, agriculture. Talked about number of things: small land holdings, water intensity, credit problem, pesticides. Any question on important? Agriculture is certainly is a very important sector for us. Any question to Mr. Agarwal, please?
Thank you, sir, for your valuable speech. Basically, in today's agroeconomics is one of the most important part for growing the economy of any country. Now, my question is that there are several technologies like the Internet of Things, artificial intelligence. So, are they seriously implemented in the agriculture? Means I want to question that how the drone and the Internet of Things, cloud computing, if really they are implemented in the agriculture for the rural peoples or the villagers to predict the crop quality and the yield for better economy.
Hello, can you? Yeah, it's a very good question. And as you see, the technology is touching everybody's life and space in India. So agriculture is not any exception. So already there is, if you are aware, there is a subsidy, like in agriculture, fertilizer, which is one of the key raw materials for produce and increasing the soil fertility. So there the DBT scheme, it's completely online. The entire DBT now subsidy on the this fertilizer sale is paid on an online module, where right now how the subsidy bill will be generated when the farmer buys the fertilizer from the retailer. So that point of sales captures the fertilizer bought from the farmer, and that goes to the NIC server, and then the company can generate the bill. And the whole process is so fast. Within, like when the government launched this scheme, they said within 7 to 15 days they will make the payment. So initially there were some hiccups, but now I can say we have seen the experience. Now we are getting payment almost in 15 to 20 days. So that is a kind of a development, and the DBT scheme which has been done in the India is no unparalleled in the world, like our fintech UPI system. So this subsidy payment is one of the area where complete digitization has happened. And now the other initiative which was taken by the government is the opening of the new PMKSK, Pradhan Mantri, this Kalyan Suvidha Kendras, where we have to provide the soil testing machines, where we have to provide the drone technology, so which can be used by the farmers for the spray of pesticides and other liquid water soluble fertilizers. And also at the same time, there will be a lot of information dissemination will be given to the farmers at these kendras. And government has said that 2 lakh such centers will be opened throughout the India in each village, district and taluk level. So you can understand the kind of reach it will give to the farmer, because till now farmer has only by their own perceptions or by from one generation to generation they are passing this information. Yes. But now these kendras where latest technologies will be available, we have to provide internet, we have provide the soil testing machines and all other infrastructure, educate farmers on about their soil health condition, and then what kind of a crop they can produce to increase their income. So this is again a very good initiative which has been taken, and already I hope by next couple of months, these 2 lakh centers will be operational. So this step by step, lot of things has happened in last couple of years. So where the reach to the farmer in terms of technology has really increased and penetrated. And I'm sure in coming next 2 years, you will see the further development in terms of agricultural produce. As you can see, already India is having a record production year after year. So these are the very positive steps. And in the technology front, only thing, as I said initially in my comment, the farmers are having small land holding, which is the biggest challenge. But I'm sure government is working on this, and as a company, private sector is also helping the government and going hand to hand. So hopefully things will be better only going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Agarwal. Just one comment. Market sometimes solves it. When the tractors came, the small landholdings could not be cultivated. But the markets work in the sense that the farmers themselves allowed with the price they paid for the tractor service. Similarly for water. The water is going through different plots. But no one farmer owns the pump, but it's distributed. No government does anything. It's the market which solves the problem. So it does work.
That is one part of it. Definitely market and the other things work. But the point, what I'm trying to say is technology. The question was, and the kind of technology involvement in the farming sector, which was not there. Tractors and water, these are the basic necessities. Water is required, tractor is required for a bigger cultivation.
At one point, this was technological innovations.
So these
they
were
went
like,
for
so,
bullock
but
cart.
now these are necessity.
Stepwise you are going,
Yeah.
but not always the government can solve the small landholding problems. It's endogenously solved by the demand of the farmers themselves, by innovating ways to overcome that.
Actually, land holding, that's more of a political problem, like you have seen when this change in the farm laws government wanted to do. Similarly, this land holding, consolidation of lands, and then the entire the scales of economy and scales
Yes.
of cultivation which can happen. It's again a land reform. You know,
That's the biggest problem. Whenever you have reform on land, you have the biggest obstacle.
Exactly.
So that
in India,
okay.
you know, there are certain things which are very politically sensitive.
Right.
Land reforms and other things. So
Right.
it takes time.
Yep.
But I'm sure the way things are happening and the way, like Mr. Ujjwal said, Ambedkar government has to reach in 2047 vision. All these things has to come together.
Sure.
And then it will happen.
Let's hope for the best.
Thank you.
All right. Again, Mr. Vijay Deshwal, he spoke on basically services. He is from the financial sector. So he didn't speak much. He expect you to provide some provocation to him so that he can reply something on.
Hello.
Yes.
Question because I thought
It should be very brief.
Yes, we'll make it brief.
Really brief.
So out of my 5 minutes, I used only 1 minute in the beginning. I'll try to use couple of minutes more.
Sir, good
So I
afternoon.
think in services sector, if we really see, it has been at the forefront of private-public partnership in a true sense, because enabled by policy by the government, the regulators' support, and also the spirit of innovation and enterprise which existed in India. Over the last 30 years, we have actually moved leaps and bounds into the services sector, whether it's IT, ITES, whether it's financial services. We have seen the kind of work which has happened. I mean, we used to talk about, we are discussing about IoT and all that. Before the telecom boom, we couldn't have even imagined a basic connectivity in India in the last 20 years where we've reached. And today we have become a sandbox of leadership. Today people are talking about that, how can we teach the world about UPI? How can we take UPI to 50 other countries? So I think that's the kind of leadership that we have sort of imagined. The India stack that we have now, which actually has completed all the 3 layers. We started with digital identity. We moved on to creating a real-time fast payments through UPI. And now the kind of work which is happening on account aggregator is something which completes the cycle of the digital private infrastructure, public infrastructure that we have created. So I think a lot of work has happened both at policy and at the private level to make sure that we remain at a forefront of innovation and enterprise, so which has actually resulted into great things for us. In terms of challenges, I think we didn't delve into that. If you look at one of the major sectors which cuts across manufacturing, agriculture, trade and services is MSME, which today contributes close to about 30% to our GDP. However, the credit access is merely about 15% to this sector. The employment generation again is equally spread across manufacturing, trade and services. So how can we take the credit seamlessly to this sector? I think that can further bolster the developments in whether it's in manufacturing, whether it's in trade or in services. The second thing that we need to see, there is a global paradigm shift happening towards ESG, which I think we are taking cognizance, but we are more on the compliance part of it right now. But if we see what's happening globally, we need to perhaps move very quickly from compliance to true sense of governance, where economic development and sustainability can coexist, which is when I think perhaps we as a country can take a leadership in true sense. Those are my few bits, and I hope I was precise, Mr.
Yes, you are precise, and I think you have answered whatever was left on this field. So let's give them a big hand. It's a short session, but very focused session, and we have learned, some very basic things about these sectors. So now I, in fact, invite our Shobhit, our President, Mr. Shobhit Chakraborty, to.
Okay, we conclude today's day 2 proceedings, and before doing that, we have a pleasant task to perform. Can I please request President Mr. Shobhit Chakraborty to come up on the dais? Request my colleagues to hand over the memento for Mr. UK Bhattacharya first, and Mr. Bhattacharya flown all the way from Delhi this morning and faced this bad traffic. Thank you so much for being with us today, sir. Yes. Yeah. You can give him a round of applause for just for the patience and perseverance that he has gone through this morning with the traffic of Calcutta. Next, I request sir to hand over the token of memento to Mr. Abhijit Banerjee, Managing Director, Linde India Limited. To Mr. Simarpreet Singh, Director, JIS Group. Mr. Manish Kumar Agarwal. And Mr. Vijay Deshwal. We request the panelists to have a group photograph and then we shall conclude. Yeah, so after the photograph, we will start the business session for our AGM. So Bengal Chamber members are requested to stay back in this hall. Rest can proceed to the lounge upstairs.